shadows crawl where the light won't stay. Dark stories told in the True Crime Cafe. Knife edge glance from across the room. Heavy air like a ticking doom. Secrets traded in a smoky haze. Lives unraveled in the True Crime Cafe. Blood on the pages, tales they weave. Behind the counter, what to believe. Eyes don't left, hands don't stay. Truth's a weapon in the True Crime Cafe. Broken cups and the creak of chairs, eavesdropping souls with their guilty stares. The smell of fear mixed with burnt decay. Justice whispers in the True Crime Cafe. Heavy bassline thumping through the night. Drumbeat mirrors the pulse of fright. No escape from the games they play. You're a prisoner in the True Crime Cafe. Blood on the pages, tales they weave. Behind the counter, what to believe. Eyes dart left, hands don't stay. Truth's a weapon in the True Crime Cafe. Cafe. Heavy bassline thumping through the night. Drumbeat mirrors the pulse of fright. No escape from the games they play. You're a prisoner in the True Crime Cafe.
All right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. It is that time again, heading back to the University of Idaho, guys. We're going back, way back, and revisiting the WSU Mom Kim interviews that we had here, and seeing, just as we did with the Dave interview, how any of that can relate to what we know now. How much of what she had stated at that time was relevant then and now, possibly. So that is what we're doing today. We'll definitely open it up for people to join me up here to put out their thoughts, theories, opinions, feelings on this, as we do every time we cover this stuff, guys. It's wonderful to see you all again. Welcome back. And please make sure to hit that like button as you come through that door. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing in here today. Please. Thank you so very much, guys. That being said, you know what we're going to do next. So let's see what happens. Let's do this thing, guys. Here we go. Here we go. All right. All right.
broken dreams. Eyes like a crime scene torn at the seams. The jukebox plays a dirge for the damned. In this twilight world where nothing is planned. True Crime Cafe, where the secrets spill. Every cup's a confession and every shot could kill. Underneath the neon lies a dark ballet. Dancing with our demons at True Crime Cafe. The coffee's bitter like a lover's last fight. The air's electric in the neon light. A place where lies and truth collide. Order a double shot and swallow your pride.
All right. Welcome back, guys. Again, great to see you. Great to have you back here at the cafe. I appreciate all of you being here as we go backwards in time back to Idaho. We spend a lot of time in that state, guys. I'm telling you, especially for this case. But we're going back again and revisiting some interviews that were done with WSU mom Kim. Here on my channel, I've done some Jules of all trades, Sluicy Goosey did her and Jules joined me and we did one with her there. We did a couple others as well. So that's what we're reviewing today. And seeing how any of that stuff, how it was relatable then to the case and how it could be relatable now, as we've seen that a lot of that stuff that was stated back then, a lot of people doubted it in some aspects. Well, a lot of it seems to be becoming true, for lack of better terms. Hello. And yeah, that's where we're at today, guys. So thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. I will be actually right now. I'm going to go ahead and bring this in and throw a link up here, pinned to the top of the chat. And anybody that would like to join me up here and be able to relate their feelings, thoughts, opinions, theories on anything we review today, please feel free to join me. I always love company. Always do. And again, I hope you guys are having an amazing day today. Having an amazing day today. Thank you all for being here. You guys are amazing. So come on and grab a seat, get comfortable, grab a cup of joe, whatever it be. Let's do this thing, guys. Share this with your friends and neighbors. Let them know. Anybody that you know that follows this case, what we're doing, it should be a good one. I'm sure we're going to find some things that we're going to be a little surprised about, even though we've probably, I don't know how many times this has been seen or heard or talked about back in the day, but we all know who this is. And, I'd love to see her as well. I think that some people probably owe her a bit of an apology to some aspect. And I know I did. If she can hear us. So let's see how that goes around. Come on in, guys. Again, please make sure to hit that like button if you would, and share this out. make sure we can get this in an algorithm so everybody can see this, guys. We got 42 peeps in the house so far with 19 likes. We can definitely do better than that. For all you guys that have been around for a long time, you guys remember this, I'm sure. You newer peeps, you'll learn. It was quite an interesting conversation. Some things were stated that a lot of people were really shocked about back then, and like, how do we know this? How do we know that? Well, now we're seeing how and why some of these things happen. So please hang around and let everybody else know, guys. Good morning. I see other people popping in. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, and I'm sorry. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to you, whoever you are, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you. It's great to be here with you guys. I see people popping in from the UK and Australia, so we're all in different time frames there. So that's why I say that. We got Thailand, Australia, the UK, all tuning in today, and I love it. And of course, all of our peeps here in the States. Love it, love it, love it. Let's see who we got with us so far. Looks like SRBBB's in the house. Yes, she is. And let me see here. Sorry, guys. Sorry. 1 minute here. Um, let's see here. Let me see here. One minute here, guys. All right, guys, hold on here. I gotta grab something for my granddaughter real quick. Come on in, grab a seat if you will, please, and thank you. Just give me one moment as we're waiting, please. Patiently, I appreciate that so much. Let me try something here for you guys. 1 minute here. I'll throw a little bit of this in while we're waiting. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back with you guys. And grab a drink too. All right. Thank you guys for your patience on that. My apologies. All right. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. 54 peeps in the house. 28 likes. So amazing. See who we got. Miss Kaylee's in the house. Brandy B, the OG. Chet Donnelly, welcome back. Miss Noni McPoppins, wonderful to see you today. Thank you so very much. Michelle Weddle, welcome back. Skits West Side Crime Music, welcome to you. Appreciate you very much. Sherry's in the house. Welcome back to you. Of course, Moonlit Baby's here. Welcome back to you, Moonlit. Mess Gianna Gambino Paisan, welcome. Good to see you. Nellie B, welcome back to you. Always happy to have Nellie in the house. And again, yes, wisdom speaks forever in our hearts. Always missed, never forgotten. We love her so very much and miss her even more. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Let me see here. It is Friday. Jesse Schul's in the house today. Great to see you, Mr. Jesse. Michael 007, great to have you here, my friend. Always happy to see you. Mayflower's in the house today. Great to see you guys. We got a lot of white in here. We need to change that up and make them some meatballs. Have them jumping in the sauce with us. Miss Tandy's in the house with the Seahawks fan. Great to see you. Raquel well, welcome back to you as well. Fizzy's fizzing in here. Thank you, Fizzy, for being here. Penny Lane. Great to see you. Congrats, Miss Nellie. That's amazing. Congratulations so very much. Miss Paula, the positive one, always in the house. Great to see you, Miss Paula. Grateful to have you in the house again. Guys, please make sure that you are hitting that like button, please, and thank you if you would. Share it out. Let everybody know what we're doing in here. And welcome back, all you beautiful peeps. So grateful to have you here today. Let's see. Thomas is back in the house today. Oaxaca. Oaxaca, I think is that how you say it, Thomas? If I didn't say it right, my apologies. But welcome back. Great to see you. Again, Brandy B, the OG. That's so very awesome, Miss Kaylee. Congrats to you as well. God bless. And guys, I don't know if you noticed it. We'll be celebrating that later on today, but today is Friday the 13th. Dun, 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 dun. Let me see here. Julianne, welcome back. And yes, happy Friday the 13th to you. All right. Yes, I'll be watching those movies with my son later. Caden, he loves them too. It says, I hope you all hold on to the good memories of wisdom. Absolutely, it will help you. We do, and that's how we do handle that. Skits. She was a founding member of this channel. She came in here she was here from the beginning. This channel probably wouldn't exist right now if it weren't for wisdom and her wisdom. She supported a lot of us in this community by standing by us all and helping us through a lot of situations that we went through. And she created a lot of support for others in here as well. She had an amazing channel that she ran, and she helped to support finding the missing indigenous and the missing in general. She just did amazing things, and we love her, always will, and miss her so horribly. So we throw the purple hearts in the chat to keep her with us on a regular basis. Always. So God bless, and always missed wisdom. We love you so very much. And Cassie's in the house on her 23rd month. One more. I know that's wrong. Cassie's been here over 2 years. Just like SRB celebrated her 24th yesterday. So yes, happy day anniversary there, Miss Cassie. God bless. Thank you for being part of this family for so long. We appreciate you so much for that. She was Skit. So amazing. We loved her to death. Yes, she was very much so, Noni. And for those of you that didn't know, Wisdom worked in the court systems for well over 17 years, I believe, and I think more actually. And she helped us with a lot of that stuff that we had questions for. She also helped us dealing with indigenous cases because she was native, and we had a lot of questions. Luckily, we have Miss Trish Crow in here that can help us. But that's one thing: Wisdom will never leave this community. All of her um, anything that has her name on it stays. It never leaves. She'll always be with us in our hearts and within here. So she'll be referred to quite often. There's our Mama Bear popping in the chat today. Thank you, Mama Bear, for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Thank you very much, Beach Babe. Everybody that knew her loved her. She was very sweet, very loving. Yes, you had your Dagoversary yesterday. I believe SRB, didn't you? Didn't we say it? 24 months, I think it was. Whose birthday is it? Is today your birthday, SRB? Is it? I didn't know that. Wait, when was SRB's birthday? How did you guys squeeze that past without me knowing about it? It's not her birthday? No. I didn't think so. I thought I knew when her birthday was. But yeah, December. That's what I thought. After mine. No birthday, guys. No birthdays. No birthdays. Relax. The day after Christmas. That's what I thought, Cass, because my daughter-in-law's was the same, 26th. Yes, she just had a Dagoversary here in the community. Yesterday, she made her 2-year mark, which she's been here over that, but I'm gonna say probably about 2.5 years. And then Cassie had her Dagoversary, we call it today, for her 23rd month, which again, Cassie's well over 2 years too. So yes, the day after Christmas that's what I thought. So for anybody that you can still wish her a belated birthday if you didn't get to tell her happy birthday at Christmas time, but it's coming up again. Oh Lord, already. A few more months and we'll be right back to that time period again. Michael said 26th of December's Boxing Day. Well, happy birthday and happy Boxing Day. Virginia Wolf in the house. What's happening, brother? My daughter-in-law's birthday is the day after Christmas too. That's gotta suck, guys, especially as a kid. Think about it. You have Christmas and the very next day is your birthday, so you probably don't get like really great birthdays. That sucks. Especially as a child. That's bullshit. Sorry about that. Mama said she misses everybody. Yes, happy Friday the 13th, everybody. Once I'm done with all this, me and my son will be watching some movies today in celebration of that. Because we're all horror fans in this house. We love them. We love them. Aurora's in the house. Great to see you, Aurora. 75 peeps with 40 likes. What are you guys doing today to me? Come on, let's make that match, guys, if we can, please. And let's get this into an algorithm. We only need 25 more peeps in here. And 25 more likes will make us hit that 100. We're going to be watching the Friday the 13th movies, Miss Kaylee. Start at the beginning and go as far as we can. My birthday's the month before Christmas. About almost exactly a month, November 23rd, and I am a Sagittarius for somebody that asked that I saw. It is 1:41 actually. Miss Tandy. You're not good with horror, Nelly. I get myself so scared, but I love oh yeah, that's my favorite actually. The psychological thrillers, like crime thrillers, obviously because we're in true crime, but speaking of which, guys, in our Discord, we're starting something new here soon. We will be actually working on real crimes and trying to help solve them within our Discord. We've labeled it "Help Solve the Case" so far, but we're going to be changing that up at some point. But if you're part of our community and you're in our Discord, it's something we're going to be doing here soon, where we're actually working on with a website that's been put out there, an organization put together by detectives, things like that have put together all the tools that we need to be able to jump in together as a whole and work on these cases in our Discord. And we can update the website and try to see if we can help with this. And there's many cases as we can go through them one after another. I have that, Michael. I have the box set. It's like the burgundy colored felt. It's covered in all that, or fuzzy, whatever that is, felt, I think. Yeah, I have them all. Everything Hitchcock ever put out. I got to admit, believe this or not, I found that whole thing still in the plastic, Michael. Never touched. It's a Blu-ray set I paid $1.50 for the whole set. Unbelievable. A yard sale we had here. Miss Christina, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Yeah. Psycho and the Birds and all his stuff is amazing. Yeah, that was a great deal. I couldn't pass that up. I'm like, how does anybody not want this, So that's something that we're going to be doing here in the Discord, like I said, is working on trying to help solve real cases that are cold, guys. They have murder cases, missing persons cases, suspicious death, all sorts of things that we'll be working on. So if you're not in that Discord and you want to join in with that, jump on in there, guys. Thank you so much, Kaylee. I have Tiffany as well. Chucky and Tiffany, they both talk to you too. Pretty wild. One of my favorite things that I was gifted for Christmas this past year. Very grateful of it. Very grateful of it. I've always wanted to have, and I got it. So he hangs out right next to me, actually. I don't put him on screen because he freaks some people out. So he just sits over here. When I get all this moved around, he's going to be behind me. So, oh, yeah, I'll bring her down, Kaylee. When I get this moved around and readjusted and we fix everything up, you'll be able to see her and him both. They'll be sitting on both sides in the back of me. Kane's in the house. What's happening, buddy? Good to see you today, brother. North by Northwest. It's a good movie. Horror movies are the best. I love the old ones too. Especially the old ones. I collect the toys for the old Universal Pictures. Frankenstein, Dracula, The Mummy, Creature from the Black Lagoon. I love all of that stuff. I'm actually working on picking up a action figure of Vincent Price. He's one of my absolute favorites. Sid Haig, Vincent Price, Bill Moseley, Bruce Campbell. I'm fans of all of those people. Have been for years. I love it all. I even took, for those of you that don't know this, I even took from a gentleman by the name of Tom Savini. He's a theatrical makeup special effects artist that has done work on all these different movies, on Friday the 13th movies. I took that class from him. Me and some other people that I had known. They offered a class on this a long time ago, folks, and I learned how to do all that stuff. So people love me at Halloween. I can make them look real gross. So pretty interesting, to say the least. Hitchcock was absolutely the master of horror as far as I'm concerned. Him, Vincent Price, Stephen King, Clive Barker, amongst many others that I'm huge fans of. Oh, Jesse Dago thinks that is great when Jesse joins us. Tom Savini, yes, monstrous fan of his. Virginia, love it. I got to meet the real Fluffy from Creepshow. I learned how they made it. I learned how the contraption. I was taught how to build the contraption that Kevin Bacon used in Friday the 13th, Part 3, I believe it is, when they shoved the arrow up through his throat. Yeah, it's very simple. Prosthetic plastics and silicone-based stuff. I can make theatrical blood. I can make you look like a zombie just out of household stuff that everybody has in their home. It's a lot of fun, guys. A lot of fun. So Halloween time I love Halloween, obviously. Most of my people know that already. Yes, Greg, yes. Bruce King, he's amazing. The original Evil Dead was one of my absolute favorite cult classics. I love it. There's going to be a new show coming out, by the way. I found out through, I think it's Prime, guys, or no, Max. Freddy. It's called Fred. It's a series coming out in regards to the Friday the 13th series. It's a TV series, more like not a movie, but a series like you would see on television about Freddy Krueger. And they've upgraded some of that stuff with him. I'm looking forward to that as well. Stranger Things is coming back. Can't wait for that as well. I didn't, Miss Cassie. Did you add some new stuff in there? Let's check it out, guys. We do have a merch line here for those of you that might be interested. And as we're waiting on everybody to jump in here, let's check that out real fast, guys. And we'll get moving with this here in just a moment for all of you that are here for it. Hopefully, we'll have a couple people jump up with me and express their feelings on these things. Give me 1 minute here to pull this up. 1 second, please. Give me just 1 second here. Yeah, Miss Cassie works in our print shop, designing and setting up all of our merch. Thus far, she's had some brand new stuff that's really cool, by the way, along with our new designs and stuff that her Mama Bear Molly have put together. Can I find it? There we go. Thank you, Miss Christy Nevada in the house. Great to see you, Christy. Thank you so much for that, dear. Again, guys, we don't ever expect anyone to donate to this channel and support. Just being here means everything. But if you choose that you want to support this channel via Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and or memberships, please know how much we appreciate that, but never expect it, guys. And thank you so much again, Christy, for that, dear. Let's see, guys, what we have here. What we have here is failure to communicate. Don't mind me. Hold on a minute. Gaya Deguchi tuning in from Poland today. Welcome back, Gaya. Great to see you as always. Thank you so much for joining us today. What do we have here? Uh-oh. Hey. Cassie was... Dang, Cass, you been busy? Dog alert. Yes, my dogs are in the background doing their thing, fighting, wrestling, playing, always. Humper and the Dust Mop. Those are my dogs. So it looks like we have... Cassie threw in some new stuff for the summer, it looks like. Tropical Sunset Tote Bag. Beach bags for those of you that like to go to the beach. Check that out, Cassie. Good job. That's awesome. I like that. These are nice. My wife would probably actually like that. And if you look at it, because SRB is our beach lover here. She goes on her Florida vacations, and that's got her name down there on there. I think so. That's pretty neat, Cass. SRB's SR Beach Bag. That's the SR Beach Bag. There you go. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. That is pretty awesome. See, she surprises me too, guys, because I had no idea some of this stuff was in here. Of course, the Tropical SR Beach Cup. SR Beach Cup. And you can probably get your name all over these too, any way you want. They can be, customized, whatever. That's cool too. I love that, guys. That looks great, Cassie. Thank you for that. Also, the spooky vibes, guys, because we do on Saturday nights. We do our weird, creepy, unexplained, and paranormal Saturday nights. We got some stuff for that as well. There's the weird, creepy, unexplained, paranormal tank top. Or it looks like it's a women's tank top there. And then I think there's multiple colors, right, Cass? So we have that as well. A very cool design Cassie came up with right there. We can get that on a coffee mugs, hoodies, t-shirts, and whatever else you choose. Let's see. And the fleece blankets, which are so super soft. By the way, guys, I chose this company because their prices are right there in the middle. They're perfect. And the materials are great. The t-shirts, the hoodies, all of that stuff. They're very good materials. They wash well. So that's awesome. I love that blanket. It looks great, Cassie. And the fleece is super soft. That's for our paranormal side of things. Those of you that are interested in that. And that design, which I love. Truly do love the design. Next, what else did she throw in here? Is our new coffee mug with the new logo on it, which I absolutely love that as well. I can't wait to get that one. London's in the house. Welcome back. London Blake, great to see you today. Jen Seven's in the house. Hello. And welcome. Miss Kaylee, of course. Translucent, hey, welcome back to you. Great to see you guys. AMC Fear Fest I'm pinned to it every year, Jen. I love it. And that is our new logo, guys, that Miss Mama Bear created for us. I love it. And I love it on that mug, Cassie. That looks amazing. It looks like the mug shattered in the middle. That's great. That turned out awesome, Cass. Thanks. And of course, you can get that on our t-shirt as well. Like that. I'm sure we could change that around and make it bigger or small, whatever we need to do. But anyway, it looks great on black. I think it looks great on white. And we have multiple colors that you can get, I think, in the t-shirt section too. But yeah, I love that. And of course, we have our regular old logo that we have originally, which still looks great to me as well. Candles, t-shirts, v-necks, mugs. Guys, there's so much stuff in here. You have to click on that link, jump in there. There's my Scooby-Doo because I love Scooby-Doo. You can get that printed on a shirt as well with the True Crime Cafe in the back. Eating on a plate of meatballs, guys. Come on now. What is better than Scooby-Doo meatballs and the True Crime Cafe? Think about it. That is awesome. I love it. And velvet plush blankets, mugs. We have Christmas tree ornaments. You can get some coffee in here, guys. This one here was a design. One of our other community members came, or no, somebody threw that in there. Just pretend like you like me and hit that like button because I say it all the time. Bumper stickers. Stupidity is not a defense. We have that t-shirt as well. And there's so many more things, guys. Just to show some of the new stuff, though, of course, our tumblers. And we have men's baseball-style jersey shirts that you can get anything. Notebooks, scented candles, sipper cup, all sorts of stuff. So go check it out if you would. If you want anything, of course, please do check it out. And we also are working on some other stuff. We could probably, if you come up with something that you want in particular, we could probably try to work it out and see if we can make it work. Greg McNeely, great to see you. Raquel as well. We got 84 peeps in the house now. We're almost there, guys. SR Beach Girl. SR Beach Girl. Hey, hey. I like it. I like it a lot, SRB. Oh, yeah. Whenever she gets time, she jumps in there and adds some stuff. We throw ideas at her. She's so talented. I don't think she even knew she was that talented. Me too, Jen. I'm a huge, and I mean a huge Scooby-Doo fan. I got Scooby stuff all over, guys. All over. The 10,000 volt ghost. I got the Mr. Machine. I got all the figurines. I got Scooby stuff everywhere. I love Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo and Charlie Brown are my favorites as a child, and I carried it on. I still collect toys and stuff. Scrappy-Doo. Scooby and Scrappy-Doo. Hey, hey. Yep, Scrappy's awesome, too. He's irritating, but he's awesome. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. So like I said, guys, we're jumping into the revisiting the interviews that were done with WSU Mom Kim here on my channel. There was one. I did one or two of them. Jewels of All Trades, True Crime Reactions. Jumped in here one day. And Sleuthy Goosey. Together, the three of us interviewed Kim as well. And we've had a few of them. And I'm curious to see how all the stuff that Kim talked about 2.5 years ago relates to things we know today, just like we did with the Dave interview the other day, and how it related then and now, guys. And I think we might be surprised as to what we're going to find. Is there a Scooby-Doo who sings? I swear he is like, there was Scooby-Doo, Scrappy-Doo, and then there's Scooby-Dum, who he was a gray dog, a gray, what the heck are they called? The big dogs. It's what Scooby actually is. The big, not Dalmatian, but come on, somebody. Give me a hand here. The big dogs. They're huge, goofy. We're going to talk about that too, Miss Christina. Scooby-Dum, that was his name. There is a lot she said that we hear now, absolutely. And it Greyhound, thank you, Noni. Great Dane or Greyhound, it's either one, but yeah, that's what they were. I think you're right, Great Danes. Greyhound, Great Dane, I can never tell the difference. They're just big dogs. But Scooby-Dum was the other one. He was the gray one. They said he was kind of a hillbilly, I guess. Scooby-Doo was awesome. Kept me in true crime back in the day. I don't know. Let me see if you guys seen this mod. You dropped this somewhere back in here. I know you did. Where? I can't find it. But where did you guys drop that? Hold on. Give me one second, y'all. Hold on here. I know I saw it yesterday. Oh, where is it though? I swear one of you guys dropped it in here somewhere. Hold on. Give me 1 minute here. Good Lord, where did it go? Oh, moderators. Please help me. The trailer for the new Idaho Ford thing, Bear. It's coming out. I just seen it last night. We actually looked at it and we played it in the Discord. And it's not here. The preview. It was, but I can't find it now. Oh, somebody drop it already. Let me see. Show. Yeah, we're gonna review that first, real quick, and then we're gonna jump into the interviews, guys. So thank you for being here. You are appreciated so very much. More than you know. Ah, here we go. I found it. Miss Christie dropped it in here for us yesterday. Thank you, Christy. Appreciate you very much, dear. All right. Got it. Yeah, I mean, they made it really hard to not want to watch it, to be honest with you. I found it. Thank you guys so much for that. Thank you again, Christy. Welcome, Marty Podrell. Good to see you today. That's awesome as hell, Greg. I've always wanted that van. I mean, I have a toy version of it, but I want a real one. All right, and again, guys, once I get through this, I have my link. The link is pinned in the chat for anybody who wants to join me when we get into these interviews. That will be what we do. Hold on here. Let me move some stuff around here. All right, we got 84 people in here with 58 likes. Come on, y'all. Like I say, just pretend like you like me for a little while. Hit that like button and share this out, please, and thank you. What did she offer to the case? She gave some insight. If you're talking about Kim, Marty, she gave some insight into some things that we were curious about back then. Times about people knowing about this at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning the day after. Um, some other situational stuff that went on about multiple people being involved and stuff like that. So it makes you wonder if she was right about the times and stuff. What else? She had children that went to school at Wazoo that were friends with people at Idaho. They were within groups of people and Snapchat, so on and so forth, and many other things. Thank you, Christy, for that. Guys, please don't forget to check out Mama Bear's channel. Click that link, go over there, subscribe, hit the notification bell. And if you haven't done that yet, what are you doing with your life? Come on now. Let's get Mama Bear's channel up and moving if we can, please. And thank you. I appreciate that so very much. And thank you again, Christy, for that, dear. Gotcha. And again, Christy, thank you for sending that out. I appreciate that very much. Oh, Noni, sorry to hear that. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. You're here with your family. Allison Lee's in the house. Good to see you. I think I got everybody that's in here. If I did, You's in the house. Welcome back. 10-7. Great to see you as well. That's okay, Marty. No worries. No worries at all. No worries at all. Many people did, but a lot of things she stated have become truth now. And I had stated it before that even myself, because I had a lot of conversations with her, I had to say it the other day that I was very sorry, Kim, that I allowed other things to come at you, to happen a certain type of way, and that I wasn't more accepting of a lot of things that Kim had stated and said, only because there were reasons at that time. But now, my apology has been extended to her, and I hope that she's accepting of it because she deserves it for sure. That sounds Phenomena Mom's in the house. Good to see you, Phenomena Mom. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate that info. It is in a lot of ways. Yes, I agree with that. Karen Reed situation, again, somebody that's being framed per se. It's crazy the way that's all gone down. 2 trials and all that. It's nuts. And I think it's fallen in Karen's favor at this point. I think it'll be pretty short lived, in my opinion, Alicia, after the scenario. Considering the first trial, you know what I mean? I think it probably will be short lived. I could be wrong, but. No, I'm sure it's not, Jen. You're probably absolutely right, dear. Wonder what Hitler's going to do about another documentary. I'm curious. Well, based on how it comes out, there's probably going to be more misinformation, and it's probably going to be another smear campaign. So we'll see how it works. But I know most of us, I'll be watching it in the Discord with my community. And Scott's in the house. Good to see him. Scott Metalhead, thank you for joining us. Hunter's Moon, welcome back to you. It's great to see you. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Can we drop the Printify link in here one more time for the merch link, guys, for Beach Babe, please? And thank you guys again for that. Very much appreciated. If anybody has any specific requests within reason, throw them in there if you want to see something in that shop. We'll see if we can make it happen. No promises, but we'll see what we can do. All right. Jesse. Good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is for you, sir. Good to see you.
I promised that I would be not sober, Jesse, but I might have lied. I got 1 bottle, and I haven't even cracked it yet. I don't think 1 bottle is enough to break out not sober, Jesse, to be honest with you.
I like
but
both.
I do have something else if you want to have a look at that.
I see that. It looks like your own charcuterie plate there.
But it's not just any charcuterie plate. My family just arrived from Italy. They brought 10 pounds of salami and 10 pounds of coffee, 5 pounds of Parmesan cheese, all straight from Italy.
Oh, my God. You're killing me, Jesse.
Well, what the best part about that is, 10 pounds of salami in Thailand is worth an absolute fortune.
I bet. And it's probably the good salami, too. God, Genoa.
It's pretty good stuff.
Yes, it is. God, I love Genoa salami. Damn, Michael's in the house. Michael 007's good to see you today. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Dago.
How are you today, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
Wonderful.
It's early evening here, and it's nice and sunny, and it's just gone 7 o'clock. So
I caught you at a time we can get you in here. That's wonderful.
Well, I haven't been up. Mate. I haven't been in the studio for a long time, Dago. I thought I'd pop up,
Absolutely. I appreciate you, Michael. We got Jesse in Thailand, Michael in the UK.
Hello, Jesse.
Hey, Michael, I think I remember you. Are you the fellow that plays guitar or something along those lines?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's a long time ago, Jesse. That must be last year or maybe the year before now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I was telling Sarge that we all have different skills, and his skill is just the facts, ma'am. And my skill is completely different. I speculate about things. I make lots of guesses. I'm not afraid to be wrong, and I tend to remember things that happened a long time ago.
Yeah. You're very interesting to listen to, Jesse. You know, you, Sarge, and Dago. You know, you come out with a lot of points, and I always think, God, I wish I'd have said that, or I wish I'd have thought of that. You know.
Well, myself aside, Dago has been told many times. I've heard people say he has the best guests in true crime. And I'm not egotistical enough to think that they're talking about me, but I think the diversity of different characters certainly is one of the reasons why people say that, right?
I have to agree. I have amazing people within the community itself, and that includes you, Michael, of course. Sarge and Jesse and Michael and Kiki from Swamp Bros to anybody that we've had over here. I have to say I'm very Nellie B when she joins us. I love the community of people and the intellect that gets to be spread throughout this community from everyone. Hell, I'll even say Jeff H. I'll give him that much. He's interesting as all, but all hell in some ways. He may irritate everyone, but he's still interesting. So, you know, he's a smart guy. Within himself, you know, with the things that he believes. I have to give him that too. So I think the guests that we've had here, they all use their brains to some aspect. And that's what I think is so attractive about the people that we have here. That's my opinion. So.
Oh, you said Jeff H. and here he is.
I think he was in here before I said it. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. Like I said, as a guitar player, he's an amazing guitar player. I think he has the ability to be a nice guy. And he just likes to argue a lot. That's my only issue. I think that everybody has against him. So, well, you're making me jealous with that plate, Jesse. God, I can almost smell that stuff right now. You got the olives too?
Is Jesse on the pistachio nuts again? I think he was eating those the other night.
The bear shit in the woods.
Yeah, no, he's on a charcuterie plate that he's eating. It's coming from Italy. His family from Italy shows up and brings in Genoa salamis and blocks of real Parmesan. I'm really like jealous as hell right now because I don't get all that stuff. So,
Dago,
yes,
I'm sorry to talk over you, but I'm getting a little bit of a delay. Your mouth's moving and Jesse's mouth's moving seconds after. You know, I'm hearing you. Should I check out and come back in, do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say jump down and pop right back up, Michael, and it should catch you up, hopefully.
Okay, will do.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'll wait till he comes up before we get
rolling.
Do you want me to drop you down, or can you do it?
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay. So, yeah, including we get Twiz that comes in here. We got many people that come in here, and I appreciate each and every one of their minds. A lot of critical thinkers that come through this community. Open mind perspectives given out when we talk about this stuff. Michael's from the UK, Scott. Oh, exactly where in the UK? I'm not 100%. I'll let him explain when he comes back in here. Here we are. Is that any better, Michael?
Yeah, I think so. Was that Scott Metalhead?
It is. He's asking where you came from. Where in the UK?
Yeah, well, me and you spoke once, Scott, in I think it was Dinky's channel.
Okay.
And you're Doncaster. I think, Scott, you were Doncaster way, Sheffield way, right?
Sheffield, Doncaster. Let's see what.
Michael, are you watching us on YouTube, or are you on your notebook or your desktop computer?
I'm on a laptop, Jesse.
Okay, well, you'll get a delay if you watch it on YouTube, but if you've got the YouTube muted and you're watching the StreamYard, it should be up to date.
Oh, I thought so. Yeah, let me just try. Well, just
stop viewing on YouTube and view on StreamYard instead.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just I wanted to watch the chat. Can you still watch the chat on StreamYard?
You just click on comments. It'll give you private chat in the beginning, and then you switch on the right side is comments. That's what I'm doing right now.
Thanks.
Okay, so Scott said he's from Donnie.
That's
Michael.
it. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, I remember. Well,
Kaylee,
I'm in Chesterfield, Scott, but I'm originally from near Liverpool, but I live just outside Chesterfield now.
there you go. Right, Jen. Right. We talked about it in Sarge's last night too. It was crazy. And then we got Kaylee. She's our detective in training, taking all her classes that she's been taking and stuff like that. She's from Northwest London, Michael, if you're familiar with that area.
Yeah.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah. Well, so kinda, you know, Hendon, Twickenham, maybe that way.
Chesterfield, that must be where they made my grandparents' sofa.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know if that was a thing in the States back in the 80s, but grandparents always used to call their sofa a Chesterfield.
A Chesterfield.
Yes, that is true. Yeah.
Harrow.
Yeah, Scott, I can remember you saying you knew Chesterfield. Yeah. It was last year or the year before we spoke on Dinkies, you know, but I haven't been online an awful lot since, you know. But I've got a good memory, like Jesse. I remember. I log things in the back of my mind. Yeah.
Elliot, welcome, my friend. Elliot.
Chesterfield is just for Chicago.
We'll see if we can kill a few brain cells and set that memory back to regular people's capabilities.
Oh, there you go. Sure. There you go.
Jesse, can I ask whereabouts in Canada you're from?
I'm from Vancouver Island originally. But I've been in Thailand for 26 years now.
Yeah, I can remember you saying. I knew some people a long time ago in a place called Burlington, Ontario.
Yeah, I haven't been there. I'm familiar with it, though.
Yeah, it's a big place. Yeah.
Oh, Michael, Fraggle Stick Car, welcome, by the way, says Everton or Liverpool. It's important.
Oh, it's important. It's red all the way, Fraggle Stick. Red all the way.
See, there you go. There you go. I love it. And Michelle F says she's from Manchester.
Oh, okay. So United or City?
Yes, I love it. People from all over.
Boo.
London Blake says Burlington is beautiful. Love the rose gardens. I love it that you guys are all in here and that we all communicate the way we do too. I love it.
Well, it's life, Diego, isn't it? It's how it should be, you know, interacting and, you know.
Yes, 100%. Absolutely. Welcome, Michelle. Wonderful to have you here today as well. So the first thing, guys, I want to do is I'm going to throw up this this trailer for this new video that they're coming out with via Prime, I believe it is. And I thought it was Max, but I guess it's Prime. It's definitely got a kick to it. They knew how to set this up to draw everybody in, because we watched this in our mod meeting yesterday, and everybody kind of went, "Whoa!" I mean, it's interesting. So we're gonna review that real quick, talk about it a little bit, and then we're gonna jump into these old school interviews with Kim and review those, revisit those, and again, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. If you want to join us and discuss these, we can stop, start, back up, go forward in these and see what we want to talk about within there. So again, I'm grateful that Jesse and Michael are joining me. Appreciate it. We got an international show today. I love that.
Thank you, Diego.
Wonderful to have you, Michael. We've missed you quite a bit, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I've been really busy, Diego, you know, and I kind of wanted a little bit of a break from online stuff, you know.
You have to from time to time, Michael. Truly, you do, or you'll go nuts. I'm just saying, you will.
Yeah.
Especially in this. I am me. Wonderful to see you today. All right, guys. So we got 106 people on here. Please, if you will, make sure that you guys are hitting that like button so that we can get this in an algorithm and everybody can see it. And that being said, let's see if we can get this kicked off here real quick. Thank you again, everyone that's joining us today. Much appreciated.
You're welcome, Diego.
All right, guys. And let me know if the audio is okay. If there's any issues, please.
Well, I hope mine is. Because I'm using a new headset, so I hope it's all working okay.
And if you need me to adjust anything or change anything, guys, let me know, please and thank you.
Yes, SRB, I'm on panel.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to back this up. I'm going to stop this so I can explain to you who everyone in this is, because a lot of people had questions. July 11th, this is dropping, Kaylee. And it's it says it's Prime, so it would be Amazon Prime. If you have it, should allow you to watch it from there, which I do. So we'll be watching this within our Discord together, a group of us. Anybody who wants to join us, you're more than welcome if you're in the Discord, of course, like we did with the Dateline episode. So let me start this again, and I'm going to stop. So that way everybody knows who everybody is. Of course, we know this is Ethan here and Xana. I believe this here is, I think, I could be wrong. I think that's, the glasses is throwing me off, but I think that's Jack Showalter. I think. Don't quote me on that one, and I will probably be able to reiterate a little bit later, but here we go. Now, this is Ethan Chapin's father. I think his first name's Michael. Don't quote me on that either, but I believe so.
The attack was targeted with a, quote, edged.
Of course, this is Ethan's mother. Most of you know who she is, of course.
Weapon.
I set foot in the house, and
That girl there, I still am not 100% sure who she is. You guys may know that. I don't.
immediately
I'm sorry, it's Jim. Thank you, Christy. Jim. I don't know where I got Michael from. My apologies.
I was like, get out. Some
That is Hunter Johnson, which they have him a lot in this. I'm guessing he's going to be that's Maddie's mother. And that, I believe, is her stepfather. Not Ben, her biological father. I cannot get to... I don't know who this is, guys. We talked about this last night. That's not Ashlyn Couch. Okay? I don't know who that is. If anybody does know who this is, please let us know. The way she makes that statement, we had been stalked. I don't know if you heard that. That was interesting to me.
That we had been stalked for so many months.
That we had been stalked for so many months. I don't... Is that Emily London? Emily Allant? Okay. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to claim that if that wasn't her, but okay. I thought Emily had dark hair, so there's my my own misrepresentation, but there we go. Let's see here. Jury selections July 30th. I thought it was 11th. No, it's in the case summary at the 30th, Jen. I think you're right. So yeah, that's what we thought too, SRB. Was that Emily? So I guess that is. Now, that was Ethan with his twins. One of the set of triplets they were, Maisie and Hunter. Yeah.
I still think Hunter Johnson and Emily are suspects, not in the way that they actually did any, committed the crime, but
they have information.
They certainly participated in what appears to be a scripted 911 call. And
there's definitely information. I think that they have important information that they
and they're taking so much exception into people asking questions of them when their behavior and their participation in this, whether they're guilty of anything or not, you can't rule out the fact that they were participants. They were present at the crime scene when the bodies were discovered, and they were on the 911 call offering false information, a 911 call on a false premise, whether it's intentional or not.
Yeah, right. I agree. I agreed that was an interesting circumstance in itself. Welcome, Nellie. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you're doing okay, dear. Always wonderful to have you here.
Hey, good to be here. Thank you. I got too much to say to not come up.
That's all right. That's why we do this.
It's been a while.
I love the voices because we can hear the emotion in the feelings and everything that we talk about that way. Typing just doesn't do it.
Cheers, Jesse. I'm having a wine with you. I'm celebrating. So I just
congratulations, Nelly. Absolutely. Congratulations. I know a lot of hard work goes into that. So
it's been a year of hard work, but I don't want to talk about that when we're in this. So thank you very much. I just want to know Jesse's not alone with a glass here.
Yes, ma'am. I love it.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, on we go, and let's re-describe this, and we can talk about it. Now, I don't know who that was either. That one threw me off too. I thought that might have been Emily at first, but I was wrong, and I'm pretty sure that's not Ashlyn Couch. Then again, some of their facial features have changed. They look a little different then than they do now, and so on and so forth. So now that is Hunter. That would be Emily's boyfriend. That is the one that ran in the house. We heard and grabbed the knife from the kitchen to go check on Xana, and then told them to get out as they called 911.
He looks terrible. Is it just me, or does he look terrible?
Oh, he looks horrible. Yeah,
I was
agree.
just going to say that. He looks ill.
Well, I mean, guys, this is a lot to have on your conscience, and if
Yeah.
you know things, I'm not saying he does, neither one of them. So that would be his girlfriend right there, if that's Emily. I'm pretty sure that's how it was described. So, and think about it for a minute. If you know something, first off, him and Ethan were best friends, okay? And to come upon that situation, if he's not, like Jesse said, I don't believe that they're physically involved, like they had anything to do with this. I believe they know certain things that
Yeah.
they maybe have held back out of fear, whatever the reason is. But think about what that can do to your soul and your mind. I mean, that's a lot to go through, and then to mentally have to deal with these things and the public. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot.
Well, they definitely participated in that 911 call, and their first order of duty here, if they weren't complicit in some kind of a cover-up, would be to address that right away and show frustration, the fact that they were invited over and then led to believe that something was going on when that wasn't what was going on. I mean, just think about how angry you would be if one of your friends summoned you to a crime scene and withheld information from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And put you in a position where you're now on the phone with the authorities relaying information that's false. And they don't have to throw their friends under the bus. They could simply say, listen, we were not aware. We understand how that looks. We just arrived, but they don't say any of that. They it's like they're trying to endorse this narrative of, what do you mean suspicious? We really did think she was drunk, and we really didn't think it was weird that there was a guy in the house and how that related to her being drunk. We really didn't think it was odd that nobody was talking about Kaylee and Maddie upstairs. We really didn't think it was odd that nobody was talking about Ethan. We just really believe that Maddie was. I mean, that seems to be what their narrative here is so far. It's early days, but that none of that passes the smell test. I think we all know that. Even Jeff H has to know that.
I think I agree, and thank you, Jeff, for sending that. That'll give me an identification chart to be able to ID everybody here as we go through this. Hold on, let me pull that too, real fast.
Hi, Nelly.
Is that Michael?
Yes, you must have came up. I stepped out the room. I'm trying to cook. I'm trying to cook a couple of fried eggs, and I'm in and out the room. You know, so
nice to see you. It's been a long time.
It has, yeah. Hope you're keeping okay.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Same to you. I just wanted to say my problem with Hunter is that the 911 call, as we know, doesn't match the grand jury testimony. And that is where I become suspicious, or more suspicious of them. You know, it's that, you know, according to Hitler in his documents, Hunter went into the house, came out, told them all to get out and call 911. And then they do it all over again on the 911 call. And that's my problem.
Right.
I don't understand why.
What about Steve G's story about Hunter coming over to help them open the door? That was that just an absolute made up story from Steve G, or was he told that by somebody? And who told him that? And the fact that story was floating around, and now that story clearly doesn't match any of this. It all stinks to high heaven. And I don't. Jeff said he doesn't agree. I don't know what he doesn't agree with. I mean,
the other thing, I don't know if anyone can help me out on this, but does anyone remember somebody saying that Hunter took Xana's pulse? That I remember it clearly, right?
Yeah, I remember hearing it a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm sure it was Steve G, and he said he had to take his pulse, or Xana's pulse, or Ethan's, one of them. And at the time, I thought, that's crazy, but that's gone. I can't find it anywhere, but I know I saw it.
Right, and they never added it to the 911 document or anything. It's not been in there, but yeah, I remember hearing that too, Nelly. I agree with you.
can we at least agree that there's inconsistencies?
Absolutely.
Because if we can't agree that there's inconsistencies in the 911 call we heard and what has been written down in the PCA and in the paperwork, if we can't come to the agreement that there's some inconsistencies between those two things, we don't really have a lot left to talk about, I don't think. And Nellie, I saw you in the comments the other day, and I had mentioned about the Dave interview and how insightful it was, and you said you were going to take a look at it. Did you get a chance to take a look at it?
I haven't yet, and I really will go back and watch that. I've just seriously just come to the end of my college course, and I left the whole printing of my portfolio till the last minute. I was up till 2-3 in the morning, so I can relax now, and I'm going to catch up. But I really do. I think it's really important because I think there'd be so much stuff that rings true. And while I remember, because I'd love to know your thoughts, this has been really playing on my mind. You know, Jenna McClure, I think it was her, text the survivors, in inverted commas, the next morning and said, "Do you want me to come and get you?"
Yep. Yes.
This is massive to me. This is my opinion only, but that is not talking to two people who are in danger, who are scared. I truly feel she is saying that because Dylan and Bethany have been told to wait, or they're hanging around. I can't make any other sense of it. Bro, do you want me to come and get you? I think Dylan and Bethany were told by cops to wait until further instruction. That's just a theory.
Well, how about the fact that Bethany has a vehicle? So,
well, yeah.
So, I mean, why would there be a need for...
They both did. That white vehicle sitting there in the driveway belonged to Dylan. And Bethany has her vehicle. So there's two vehicles there. Why? Just why? That's a very good point, both of you. Because
this is, again, I know I'm theorizing, but because I'm really starting to think, this is my theory, that cops were called earlier. I think Dylan and Bethany were sent elsewhere, or they ran out of the house because they didn't have their vehicles. And that is why somebody said, "Do you want me to come and get you?" JM didn't say, "Oh my God, get out of there. Oh my God, call the police, get help, bring someone over." It was, "Do you want me to come and get you?"
And to add to that, Nellie, I do believe that the reason why Jenna made that response to whatever she said was because she was told what happened. I think Jenna was told what had happened in that home, in turn knowing there was more than just Xana being passed out. That's what I believe was told to her in those messages. And if that's the case, there's one more person that knew something that should have got off that text. If this is true, this is just my opinion. And again, everything we talk about, other than the factual information, is all based on, is absolutely alleged and purely speculative theories, okay? But if that's the case, why did Jenna not get off that text and call 911 herself at that point?
Absolutely. Because I think cops were already involved. That's the only way I can make sense of it.
It does have a little bit of sense, yes.
I just feel that if Jenna McClure, I can't say her surname, McClure, if JM knew, and knew that, she must have known those roommates were not in any danger, just to casually say, "Do you want me to come and get you?"
It's very possible, Nellie. That's a very, very big possibility. I can agree with you. Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But at the very least, she had to have known something. Why would you have to come get him? "Oh my God, dude," or "bro," or whatever it was. "Do you want me to come get you guys?" Why would you say that unless there was something? If you're worried,
you wouldn't go get them at 4 a.m. unless it was some sort of an emergency.
Passed out. Right. Thank you, Jesse. There's something going on.
Yeah, but it was later, wasn't it? It was the next morning, mid-morning, that she said that. It wasn't at 4 in the morning.
It was a little bit past all that, probably 7 or something like that, 8 something maybe. I can't remember exactly. We could look it up if we have to, but yeah.
And here's what I want to find out is what time they were checked into that hotel the next day.
Right.
I want to know what time check-in started, because I wonder if someone put in earlier than we think.
Welcome, Dunwine. And if you asked Sarge, just as Sarge and I agreed on the first week that we talked about this case, Why did they all get checked into a hotel together? Why was nobody
I know.
separated? Why were they not separately interrogated? Anybody that was standing at that scene whatsoever should have been separately taken aside, interrogated, fingerprinted, swabbed, whatever you want to call it. Every one of them should have been.
Yeah.
Period. And Jeff, it's all right. You can respectfully disagree. I appreciate that. If we all agreed on something, it'd be really boring. And I don't want to see anybody attacking him because he disagrees with anything we say. Please, okay?
Can I respectfully disagree with Jeff, though?
You absolutely respectfully can. Yes, Jesse.
Because I think the idea that the PCA was used to arrest him, and when the grand jury indicted him, the PCA is now null and void, and it doesn't matter if the PCA is toilet paper. But I think that's a logical fallacy. I think basically the entire case is based on logical fallacies. I think the guilters lean into logical fallacies and circular arguments where they interpret things based on miscalculations, such as the misinformation in the PCA would have been used in the grand jury, and they would have been, if the PCA was loaded with false information. We know the grand jury testimony was also loaded with false information, and certain information was withheld from the grand jury. We know the grand jury requested additional information and didn't get it. So it is certainly my opinion that Brian Kohberger was wrongfully arrested based on incorrect information and has been held for the last two plus years based on incorrect and incomplete and misleading evidence from both the PCA and the grand jury. And anybody who says otherwise is using logical fallacies and circular logic, in my opinion. Mic drop. Boom.
Yeah,
boom.
I absolutely can agree with you in that aspect. And I saw a statement last night, or heard a statement that was made about too many people are reading the documents and not wait a minute. Too many people are just reading the documents and not believing and trusting what we're told. What in the actual hell does that even mean? Okay, the documents is what we're supposed to follow. That's how that legal process works. They put out legal documents for us to read, to review, to discuss, and to understand. What I took from that statement, and I just couldn't believe it. The rest of my crew was like, "What? What?" And we all just were kind of like, "What are you talking about?" It was ridiculous. And no, so we're just supposed to step back, listen to what law enforcement says, what the prosecution says, and say, "Okay, that's how it happened. I believe you," and move on and shut our mouths. No, in no way in hell is that going to be what it is after what we've seen. I'm just saying.
I think for me, I've looked into this. You cannot arrest someone on trace DNA alone. You are not allowed to. And so therefore, I personally believe the DNA was planted. That's my personal opinion. But if that was his trace DNA on the sheath, that sheath could have been next to a dollar bill that he touched once upon a time. But I feel that they lied about everything. Well, we know they lied about everything in the PCA because otherwise they could not, even if that was legitimately his touch DNA on a sheath and they had that, they could not arrest him on that alone. Right. And I think they completely fabricated everything else because they could not have arrested him otherwise. But now we're in a situation where even the prosecution have said the PCA is toilet paper. Yeah. How can he still be up for trial? What, based on the fact he took a selfie and wears black hoodies and looks at porn? I mean...
You mean he's an everyday American young 20-some-year-old guy? Right.
You want to see my Google search, and trust me, I have no plans to commit a crime, and I never have.
I'd love to see your Google search, just out of curiosity.
It's terrible, Jesse, it's terrible. But yeah. I'm a good person.
Tell us, Nellie, what you've been searching for, Nellie. Tell us, come on.
Ted Bundy, I've looked up crime scene photos. I'm doing counselling course, which I've looked up schizophrenia. I've looked up all of these things. And also I've looked up terminology because I've been watching so many true crime videos and I'm thinking, what does that mean? Well, oh God, it means that, and if I was arrested for something, they'd be like, Jesus, look at her search.
Well, they say the preponderance of evidence. And when they say that, they mean that not one of the pieces of evidence that they have is a smoking gun, but the preponderance of it all builds up to a smoking gun. But the problem is they use each piece of evidence which hasn't been properly vetted and isn't actually factual. It's misleading or misinformation, and they use it to prop up the more misinformation, and it becomes a snowball effect of misinformation spiraling out of control.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday, something popped up on my algorithm. I ended up looking up bodies on Everest, and I just was curious. We're all curious, and if you're doing a criminology doctorate, I mean, he wasn't just doing a degree in criminology, he was doing a doctorate. Of course, he's going to look up Ted Bundy. And I'm going to say this, if he was a wannabe Ted Bundy, Dylan would not be alive. It was the first door or a door he passed 3 times, and allegedly he looked straight at her. What? Did he just look at Dylan and go, oh, do you know what? I trust her. She's not going to call the cops. I'm going to leave her live. It's crazy. Crazy to me, because what you've got to think, if this was Brian, right, and he went into that house and there's that door on the second floor, sorry. At any point he was attacking anyone, whoever was in that room could call 911, but they didn't. But he kind of knew that. That doesn't sit well with me.
Good point. Very good point.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
I agree. What was I going to say? I was going to say something and I completely lost my train of thought, and that's okay. We'll come back to it. I'll figure it out eventually. Welcome, everybody jumping in. I appreciate you very much. 151 people in the house, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button as you do. Much appreciated. Let's see what we got next up here. I think there's another point. Okay, so this picture here. Okay, so we have Maisie and Hunter Chapin. Okay, I'm not sure who this is. I think
that's
that
the
girl
same
there.
one.
Is that Emily?
Yeah, that's the one in that video.
Emily.
Right. This is of course Hunter Johnson. I think that is Jack Katovich right there with the number 9.
Which one is Ethan's sister again?
No, that's
right,
not
right
Jack Katovich.
Ah, okay. I got you. Yeah, I got you.
That's not Jack Katovich there?
No, that's not Jack.
And I thought that was Jack Katovich or Showalter, one of the two. See, like I said, some of the faces and names, but Jeff had sent me that thing. If I can pull that up here, that's what I was getting ready to do. Hold on.
Well, Hunter Johnson looks a hell of a lot better in this picture than he did in the video.
Definitely. So let me drop this down here, you guys, and I'll pull this Daily Mail article up that this explains who is who. That way we don't have to keep guessing. Makes it a little easier. Debbie Ann, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. I appreciate the thumbs up and having you in the house with us, guys. I love everybody's side of things, and I love it. Just love hearing about it, what you guys think of things. So I appreciate you all joining us.
Well, we appreciate you. There you go.
Thank you so much for that, Michael. Very much. It is probably one of the hardest things that with all of this, yes, to see the life that they had, the light in them, and it's gone. That's the most horrible thing here.
They're all good-looking kids as well,
What did I miss?
After listening to that Dave interview, it's really difficult for me to imagine that the drugs did not play a role in this in some way, shape, or form, because
there was a lot of talk.
I can't believe I was so naive the first time I listened to it, because I think I was willing to just say, oh, they're young kids experiment with drugs, fine, no problem. But when you really listen to what he was saying, and some of he's talking about hippie speedballs, Xanax and Coke at the same time.
He's
talking about. Pardon me?
Sorry, they were in deep.
No, I mean he sounds like it's a pattern of behavior that's gone beyond just doing a few lines at a party once in a while. You know, it sounded like a habitual thing. This is what we do. This is how we do it. This is how it works. And then describing going to the King Road house to pick up, and the girl there might do a couple lines with you.
Yeah.
And I still don't, it's probably worth doing a little bit investigating if it was clear that who he was talking about there, but I don't think he specified who he meant. And I don't think you can just write it off as saying that's Emma Bailey, because she wouldn't have been at the house all the time. She would have been there occasionally, but not, you know.
Yeah.
The way he described it is like you could go there anytime and pick up a couple bags of Coke, and they might, and the girl there might just do a couple lines with you before she gives you, you know. And I just thought that sounded, you know.
Did he mean Emma when he said the girl?
Well, I mean, it's easy to jump to that conclusion, but why would Emma be there? You know what I mean? Like, Emma would be there occasionally, but she didn't live there.
She was friends with a couple of the people in the house too, though, and we saw her coming, leaving a party there once. We saw her around that area a lot. So she lived right down through the back hill back there. Her parents did. So who knows? I mean, that's it. And I'll tell you one more thing going along with that too, with the drug situation, is Steve was asked that. Do you think there's drugs involved? And you know his answer? No, this is not that Hollywood stuff, that bullshit from Hollywood you think it is. They didn't live like that, where they were surrounded by these kind of people. Are you kidding me? So your child in college wasn't like everybody else that goes to college.
I'll tell you something, Dago. If my parents knew half of what I got up to, they'd turn in their graves.
You guys, I didn't even go to college. I went and, you know.
Yeah.
I went and hung out, though, at the Ohio State University campus and partied all the time. I wasn't a student, but I was there all the time. So that'll tell you. And I know what I did.
Well, Dago, I admit I dabbled, but I was in my mid-30s before I dared touch anything, because I was with like-minded people. And was it Dave who said that if you want more, you do midnight or you do 2 a.m, and then there's a 4 a.m. run. It's exactly how it happens. Yes. I spent time in the Caribbean. The taxi drivers were the dealers.
That might have been the most significant point that we got out of the Dave interview, is when he said, we pick up some at 9 o'clock. We might get it again at, you know, I can't remember the exact time. He said maybe midnight, but he ended it with 4 a.m. if they're still driving around.
Yeah.
And he specifically said Taylor Ave and King Road. That's where the sororities are. And he paints a picture where there's going to be cars driving around that neighborhood for a purpose. And you think about suspect vehicle 1 and the traffic in the cameras, and that sort of fits. That really fits. Suspect vehicle 1 might have been the dope dealer.
Absolutely. And, you know, 4 a.m., you think you've ordered enough when you're with people. If there's anything those students might lie about, it's the fact that they were reordering white stuff at 3:30 in the morning. You know, that could be why there are inconsistencies. But the minute I saw Dylan messaging Eric Gower or EG, are you driving? I knew immediately that wasn't about food. There's no way that was about food, in my opinion. That is, are you driving? As in, we've run out, or we want some more, or drivers, even in my local town here, the taxi drivers will either take you somewhere or they will be dealing themselves. It's really so common.
It is.
I'm always amazed at people who don't believe it.
It's in every town and city, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
when something bad happens, you're pretty naive not to suspect that that's involved.
Yeah. I spoke to a friend, Jesse, right back at the beginning. I'm even sure Brian Koberger had been arrested, and you know, I said, oh, there's this case I've started following. Blah, blah. The first thing she said was drugs. First thing. And I just think there's got to be a link with that somewhere.
Yeah, definitely.
It's my opinion, but
it's got to be. Yeah, it's got to be.
And the motive for me is a big deal, because the stories of Brian's motive have changed. They've offered. It's like they're throwing stuff at the wall, hoping it sticks. Incel theories, jealous of the young ladies' lives, and none of it really is very sensible. Really, none of it really sticks. None of it's really felt honest to me. And when you listen to Dave and he talks about the drug use, that's a solid motive. When you've got people making pretty decent money from selling the drugs, you've got people with addiction problems doing the drugs. You've got people needing to keep the drugs quiet because if anybody opens their mouth, people will go to jail.
Yeah,
those are all some pretty solid motives for a crime like this. I mean,
yeah.
And I got in a fight on Twitter with a troll, a troll that probably most people know. And he said another drug-related stabbing of 4 people with four low-risk people, unprecedented in America, he says. And I mean, it was tough to understand. Was he trying to be sarcastic? Because drugs as a motive is so much more common than an infatuation with your teacher, Ted Bundy. I mean, that's
yeah.
I mean, that's a 1 in a million shot at a motive.
The other thing I started looking, it's actually my personal main theory now. I've sent you a link, Dago, in the private chat.
I see that.
You know, obviously we're watching a video at the moment, but I'm going to do a video myself on it. 60 Minutes did a very interesting episode on student informants. You only have to be caught with a small amount of you know, you could be a really small time dealer, or you could just be in possession of a small amount, and the cops will bring you in and they will say, well, you know, it's prison time, or you could help us out. And they set them up as informants and snitches, and they wire them. And
it's not even that. In a lot of senses, they force that on them. They don't give them a choice. They don't give them a choice. You're either going to go do 25 years in prison, or you're going to work for me, and you're going to make me what I want. And they have no choice in their mind. And that's how it ends up, and it happens with a lot of them. Okay, that's very true.
Even Bloom. Sorry, my dog is being a pain. Bloom mentioned in one of his early articles on this case that he'd spoken to the sheriff, who agreed there were student informants, and Bloom said, "Isn't that dangerous?" And it was like, yeah, it is dangerous. So this is, I know I'm theorizing, but I think Xana and Ethan's whereabouts are still up in the air. Why would Xana lie to her father about going to a party? She wouldn't. Informants are not allowed to speak to anyone. They have to sign a contract that they don't tell anyone. You know,
right.
We don't really know where Ethan and Xana were that night.
No,
we don't know the full movements of them at all.
And that Michael is a good point to bring up, because at some point my mind went in another direction as far as who the target was in this house. And this is an opinion, fully just my opinion.
Yeah.
A theory that they may have been the target at this point. And it's based on multiple other pieces of information we have. But it made me, I've been wondering for a while, quite a while, if those two were the actual targets, truly. So
yeah.
That's a good point, there you go. Yeah, it's a good point. I'd never really thought of that.
And I think Xana, at least, might have been an informant. So I put it all together in my head, and I thought, right, so we've got undercover cops on the Banfield. We don't know where Xana and Ethan, well, 1 minute, no one knew where they were after 9 o'clock. Then in the PCA, Bethany saw them at the party until 1:45. Bethany's whereabouts was unclear for a while. Then we've got Xana's dad saying she was hanging at home with Ethan.
Yeah.
And then we get, oh, they weren't home by 2 o'clock. Xana wasn't, while they were all chatting in Kaylee's room, I believe it was, Xana wasn't home by 2 o'clock. So that's another lie. So that made me think, well, if this is the case, it ticks a lot of boxes for me. Is this a case that, say, for example, Xana was an informant because she'd been caught with a smaller amount of drugs on her, and the cops failed to protect, and it wouldn't be the first case, and it would be the absolute reason for a cover-up because they failed to protect, and or did someone snitch on a dealer in the house, and maybe one of the victims might have started a fight. We don't know, but I thought, well, that would tie in with why would they want to cover this up. Because if the cops fail to protect informants, that's a lot of blood on their hands. And they're not going to admit to that because that is terrible for the university, the city, everything, the victims, the lot. They would never admit to it, in my opinion. And that's why I've sent you that link, Dago. It's a fascinating video to watch.
I definitely will check it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. And I gotta say that, I thought about that whole thing when I said that those two being the targets, that something, being that we know that they weren't home at the time that it was stated, and it was known that fight happened. Jasmine and her father, they both knew about it. It was talked about multiple different ways. Bethany was there. She saw it as well, which again, more information that could be definitely interesting to put out during the trial from her, in my opinion. And then, maybe something followed them home that night, a situation, a confrontation. And I still feel like this very possibly started off as like what we're going to hear Kim say here shortly, a shakedown, a confrontation that happened that went way too far. If that's what this is. And then we hear later that somebody goes running up and down the stairs, and I think they could have it backwards. Okay. That Dana and Ethan get into this conversation, a confrontation that gets really heavy. Kaylee hears it from upstairs, comes running down the stairs to see what the hell's going on, and gets chased back upstairs. That situation happens too. This is a theory again, but it makes sense to me because of the situation and the things that we know. It could very well be how this went down. Of course, we won't know for sure, but it just makes you wonder, is that what happened, or is it another direction altogether? Who knows? But it could be.
Don't know. It's one of the biggest mysteries I've ever known. It really is.
I'd like to respond to Jeff H. Jeff H. proposed the question. He'd like to see the video of what Brian was doing with his trash when he was arrested in Pennsylvania.
There wasn't a body cam, I don't think. Sorry, Jesse.
No, but that's besides the point, because that symbolizes what this entire case is based upon. It encapsulates what I was talking about before with circular logic. They paint this picture. They imply that he was destroying evidence. Well, if that was the case, why not mention the evidence? Why not?
Hallelujah!
Yes.
Thank you.
And what did you recover from his garbage? If there was something, if he was hiding something in the garbage, surely you would have found something in the garbage. And if there is nothing, then how dare you imply that there is?
And Taylor's already claimed that that's not true. He was cleaning his bathroom at that time. That didn't even happen.
Well, I mean, from Jeff's point of view, Jeff's going to say, of course, and Taylor would say that, which is sort of fair. But I got to say, to imply that he's hiding something, yet you can't produce what you claim he's hiding, you're talking out your ass in simple terms. And basically the entire case is based on this kind of information, and they stack it up and build it on top of each other, and they use it to endorse the rest of their the footage of the suspect vehicle 1, which cannot be pinpointed to Brian's car. There's no way that you can't even pinpoint it to being the same model of car or even the same color of car, let alone for it to be Brian's car. You can't match it up with cell phone advanced timing data and GPS location, and then you just run around and say, oh, that's his car. He's done now. The car and the trash in Pennsylvania and the 23 times. This is all weak, speculative, misleading and not concrete information. And the fact that there's a whole bunch of it would suggest that it's a smokescreen by the prosecution. They're pulling the wool over your eyes. And for those of you who are falling for it, you're how do I say this?
Illogical.
Well, not the sharpest tools in the shed.
Oh, I was being kinder, Jesse.
So that's where my theory went.
That's
though.
fair,
guys.
though.
Been
That's
there
fair,
for a while.
to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That they were followed home to complete what went on with that fight. Possibly, it could have been many of things, guys. Because they weren't home when everybody else was, like they stated they were, to keep her father from worrying, from coming. It was stated that Jeff said, "Do I need to come there?" He had been drinking because he was out with Jasmine and other people, and Jasmine said, "No, Dad, they got it handled. It's good to go." That's where the whole "we're eating pizza at 12:30, watching movies" came from, to subside a father from having to go get involved. And who knows? Who knows what would have happened if Jeff would have went there? Okay, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Okay, I mean,
imagine living with that.
That's probably something that eats away at him. I'm sure that's horrible.
Yeah.
Am I not loud enough, you guys? I'm sorry. Hold on.
Or maybe we're too loud.
No, you guys.
So I want to get back at Jeff H one more time. He says, your choice to believe Dave over Steve G in law enforcement. I'm gonna believe law enforcement and Steve G. Well, and he's saying I'm gonna believe. Well, I'm not saying I believe Dave, but what I'm saying is Dave and Kim came out with stories, and that's what we're here for tonight, is to listen to Kim.
Yes.
Their stories turned out to appear to be factual. Steve G told stories of Hunter coming to kick down a door. Everything Steve G has said has now turned out in hindsight not to be factual.
Right.
Law enforcement wrote the PCA. Law enforcement has said a lot of things that have not been factual. So yeah, I mean, the idea that I'm just believing some stoner named Dave, well, I'm vetting the information, and Dave's coming out smelling like roses compared to Steve G and whoever wrote the PCA.
Most of what Steve has said, Jeff, has been misinformation and not true. So why would we believe him at this point, Jeff? You can't. It doesn't make sense. If he were to give us information that's true, then yeah, I would look to him as a parent to one of the victims to say, "Hey, I'm going to follow what he says. He knows. He's got inside information or whatever, but it's not right. It's all been wrong. I can't, other than the date that this happened, I can't imagine anything he stated that turned out to be true." Okay.
And to Jeff H's point, we didn't ride with what Dave said in the beginning. We listened to Dave's interview. We didn't take it like gospel from the beginning. We took it for what it was. He's just some stoner who's talking, and we didn't give it that much credit. We went back and looked at it 2 years later and matched it up with what we now know, and it started matching up really. It gives it more credibility, and that's why we're now leaning into what Dave said, because after vetting what he said compared to what the court documents say, it sort of matches up.
I just want to comment as well, Jesse, on what you said about the trash. I know I've seen people saying, he was trying to get rid of everything that had his DNA on. Why would he wait till Pennsylvania to do that?
Right, exactly. Now,
it's like, what? Right. Was he reported anywhere in Washington as wearing gloves? Even the next day, getting a coffee or whatever, what did he turn up to class with gloves on? There's no record, as far as I know, that he was trying to hide DNA in Washington straight after the crimes, but suddenly in Pennsylvania, oh my God, I've just had a drink from a coffee cup in my parents' house. I'm going to bin it in the neighbor's trash.
Not to mention, though, either if Brian Ann says he was cleaning his bathroom. Well, I wear gloves when I clean the bathroom, especially the toilet, as most people should. Also, he's OCD. Also, he's on the spectrum. He's also, he does things differently than some people do. I probably would do the same thing when I'm cleaning my bathroom. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
If he was, the story that was put out there that he was separating trash, okay, she said that's not what he was doing. He was cleaning his bathroom.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, she said it. I heard her clearly during the hearing stand, and she's the attorney. I'm going to believe what she says as compared to other people's the rumors and stuff. So it is what it is.
Well, unless they found anything in his trash, it's just
Right.
trash information and a trash theory. As is the thumbs up selfie. The evidentiary value of the thumbs up selfie is
Right.
it exonerates him. And I don't know if you got the email I sent you a couple days ago, Dago.
Probably. I've been.
It was about a viral video on Twitter that you certainly couldn't show on your channel.
Let me look real quick here and see if I did receive it.
You don't. I don't think you want to show. It's vulgar and
Okay.
it's a little bit too much. But
I'll check it out on my own. Then.
It's trending on Twitter right now. There's a viral story. A lot of people in the chat might have even seen it on their own Twitter accounts because it's one of those viral videos.
Yeah, you mentioned it on Sarge's channel, didn't you?
Yeah, and so there's a guy in Brazil who's walking a baby with a baby stroller and a baby, and he's attacked by like a drug addict or a homeless person, and he stabs that guy to death. And he just goes off. He's just like, maybe he's in a bad. It would appear that he's in a bad neighborhood. This isn't the first time this has happened. He's with his baby, and he's, protecting his family, and he just annihilates this person with a blade, viciously, wham, 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 and it shows this in the video. But when he's finished, and this is one person, this is just one person on one person. But when he's finished, he's seen holding a mangled hand, potential broken wrist, broken fingers. It looks like he's not going to be using his hand for many weeks and months, and that's just with one person. Now you picture having to do that with 4 people, and the idea that your hand is not going to have injuries doesn't pass the smell test. And for Brian to be holding up his hand like that, uninjured, I think that's exculpatory.
Yes,
would you be sticking your thumb up if you knew you'd left your knife sheath at a crime scene? I wouldn't be.
Just as much as I wouldn't be driving around showing off, waving and saying, "Hey, do you see me? I'm getting ready to go in this house and kill people." None of that makes sense. You know what I mean? It never has.
But also, just before we move on, Jesse, the other thing I want to point out with the selfie is the media go crazy about this selfie, yet nobody is asking why Bethany was taking photos and allegedly she was sitting in a house with 4 dead bodies in it. Where's the outrage of that? Why is nobody saying what the hell was she photographing?
No, the guilters don't even want to get involved in conversations about Dylan and Bethany, do they? They just want to say, "How dare you? How dare you?" And there's a lot of explaining that needs to be done before we stop pointing our finger at the people that were at the scene. Let's face it, they were at the scene.
Sitting in a house, 4 dead people just upstairs, and Bethany's taking photos, and nobody cares about that. Okay, that's crazy to me. And if you live on your own and you've got nobody to take pictures of you, and say, I think what law enforcement and prosecution are masters at is taking context out. Who has Brian got to take a photo of him? Nobody, himself. So if he wants to take a picture to send to his parents on a Sunday morning, he's going to take a selfie. Selfies are so common. It's ridiculous to me that this is even an issue. And if they've got to put this propaganda out, they're in trouble. And Jeff, I have to respond to your comment where it says, in the first stills released, entering the Little Dead End neighborhood, I see 3 indicators that suggest Hyundai Elantra. Exactly. Fine, Jeff, that's fine. But there's 90 Elantras.
That's not Brian's car. You have to have something else.
There's 90 white Elantras that are allowed to park on campus. Tell me it's Brian's, because you can't put his phone there. It's just great. This case really upsets me.
I will say
they've done nothing, and I don't foresee this. Nothing they have done puts Brian Christopher Koberger inside that home committing a murder or 4. No. There's nothing that they have that puts Brian inside that home committing 4 murders. There's nothing there's just nothing. I don't care what the car, which I don't think was there. the knife sheath, any of it does not prove that Brian is the one that was in that house and committed this murder, period.
There's
And
one
that's what they
piece of
don't have.
evidence that could prove Brian is involved or guilty. One piece of evidence. You know what that is?
Yeah. What? Go ahead.
Purchasing the knife on Amazon.
Exactly. And that
and this one is difficult because if Brian actually purchased that knife on Amazon, I will have to admit that would be real evidence of something, right?
It is definitely inculpatory. Yes, it is.
But the problem is that the states already showed their cards. The states already showed us that they're implying that he's getting rid of. They're implying all these other things without backing it up, without it actually being factual. They're implying that it's a fact, but really it's all just smoke and mirrors. So the court documents don't actually show a receipt for him purchasing a K-bar on Amazon, as far as I'm aware. They talk about clicks. They talk about he clicked on this, he clicked on that. He bought it, and they say he bought it, but they don't show the receipt for that.
No receipt, right. And here's the thing.
And the language is very vague, just like the language about the 23 visits to Moscow.
Yep.
The cell phone pigs on the tower. So
even if Brian did buy it, Jesse, and I've said this before, I'll give him that. Let him take that. He bought a knife. He bought a K-bar knife. Okay, where is it? First of all, second of all, where's the receipt for it? Third of all, so what? What if somebody stole it from him? What if Brian bought that so that when he travels across the country, he keeps it in his vehicle and has some form of protection against a new area he's not familiar with? He gave somebody a ride, they stole it. Or he sold it for something that he needed, or he traded it for something he needed, or it was a gift for somebody. Those are all grand possibilities if Brian Kohberger bought the damn knife.
The thing is, Dago, wouldn't the prosecution in their documents by now have stated that was missing?
Yes, ma'am. I agree. I feel the exact same way. I just
feel like, wouldn't they? We've got the documents that say they were still looking for a weapon in its sheath after they allegedly found a sheath. But then wouldn't you make a point by this stage of leaking that the knife and the sheath, or one of them, was missing, and they haven't leaked that?
That's right.
I find that really weird.
Exactly it. And I'll go back to the behavior of the prosecution and the apparent stalking and the 23, because this is one that people throw at me all the time when I'm debating on Twitter or arguing with trolls. They'll say he was at the scene 23 times. 23 times he was at 112 King Road. And what they mean by that is the state has said he connected to the tower 23 times, but connecting to the tower only puts him within like a 20 plus mile radius. Right. So it doesn't actually suggest he was anywhere near the house in reality, but the way they've worded it convinces people that it is. And until proven otherwise, I have to assume that the knife sheath on Amazon is the same type of smoke and mirrors, implying something that you can't actually prove and isn't actually true.
I have to say, if I was sat on a jury and I saw the PCA or was given that as information, do they have to show that? They should have to show it. And it says it was laying next to Mogan on her right side. I want to know why they later said it was beneath her, for a start.
They should have to show the body cam.
Yes, I believe they would. I would imagine if it's in that piece of that roll of toilet paper, she's gonna call that into question. Where and when did you see this, and how? And they're gonna have to demonstrate. They're gonna have to show the body cam. I would imagine. Here it is. Here's when. Here's how. And if they can't show that, remember this, folks. If they can't, or if they refuse to show it, that tells you something right there. And I'm telling you, I don't. Anne herself said it, that she believes that sheath was placed there. Okay, and I do. I've recently come out and said this, and people can chastise me. That's fine. I do not believe that Brian Kohberger's DNA was on that sheath at this point. I just don't. Okay, I have reasons for it. I've seen too many things now that. First off, the fact that a swab was sent off and not the sheath, that was my answer right there. That's when I started to decide that they really don't have his DNA on that, okay? Because it was too convenient that when they arrested him, they were also raiding his apartment with and running that warrant at the same time. They could have gotten that swab from anywhere, folks. They could have swabbed anything of his, sent it off, claimed where they got it from, so on and so forth. Unless you show me on a video somebody swabbing that thing, bagging it, tagging it, sending it off, and getting that back, I will not believe that at this point. I'm sorry. I know that sounds ridiculous to an extent. And I myself said that, but I cannot believe anything they're telling us anymore because of all of the lies. Okay. And that's the problem I have with this. So I don't believe this at this point, that was his DNA and that's where it came from.
No.
And now, I even question where the sheath came from, how it ended up there. Did it belong to one of the people that lived in the house that they had for their own protection, that they tried to use to protect themselves and got it turned against them because the person was stronger? There's many of things and reasons that this could be. That's all I'm saying. So these are just things that I think about on a daily basis, folks. Really.
Well, it's kind of convenient that in the PCA, both Blaker and Payne, Blaker said he was later told about the sheath, and Payne later saw it. Later throws a huge amount of questions to me.
As much as I don't, yes, I agree. And as much as I don't think it's okay to just throw things out there without proof, when somebody reminded me where Payne was and where Fry was before they got there,
yeah,
they were on a fishing trip.
Yeah.
Then I
Hunting,
really questioned the sheath then again. So
was it fishing or hunting? Because Payne doesn't his family have a meat locker, and that's where he was.
I think so. Maybe
Yeah.
You could be right. Either way, these are just little things that I have to keep pushing to the side until we get proof on different things, is all I'm saying. So I don't know. I don't know what any of that means. I don't think any of us do at this point, but hopefully we will. And that's true. Dana says the sheath wasn't even seen until Payne entered and did a scan of the murder scene, and all of a sudden there's a sheath. And that was when he basically said that he was referred to the Officer Smith or Nunez, one of the two. I can't remember right now.
Nunez body cam.
Yeah, so something's weird with that. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
So
I'll be right back. I've got to feed my dogs. They're really
yes, ma'am.
bothering me. I'm a bit late, bless them. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go ahead.
I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everybody that Ken Maines went on a rant and said that trace DNA has absolutely no evidentiary value, and you guys can all go to his channel and look that up.
Yes.
That was related to the John Benet Ramsey case,
did.
As well as in the middle of the Delphi trial. Trace DNA found on the victims. We didn't even bother testing it because it doesn't have any evidentiary value. I do believe that most of the talking heads, the Jennifer Coffendaffers, the rest of those Gilter type personalities, will probably at some point in their career been recorded saying that trace DNA has no evidentiary value. And they like to cherry pick, and when it tells the story they want to tell, they're happy to use it. But if put it this way, if it was pointing the finger at Dylan and Bethany, it would have no evidentiary value.
I am into that one. And that was the owner of the Corner Club phenomenon that you're talking about in that picture, that video, talking to Adam in the corner. That was the owner of the bar itself. Everybody thought it was Chief Fry at first. It definitely was not. But Yvonne Poole, welcome. Good to see you today, dear. Pamela Smith, you as well. Thank you, Jacob. One moment here. Chet Donnelly, welcome back to you, my friend. Sweet and salty. Katie Batts, wonderful to see you all. Miss Vivian P, always a pleasure as well. Walt TV, or Horse TV, I'm sorry. Pamela Smith, good to see you as well. Miss Beth Justice is in the house as well today with us. Thank you for joining us, guys. 170 of you beautiful people in the house. Please make sure you're hitting the like button. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're getting into in here. Luckily, you guys have popped in the right time. We didn't actually get into what we're doing. We're just reviewing this video real quick, and then we will be jumping into that. Pappy Man, brother, it's always good to see you as well. And anybody, Miss JC's in the house with us today. I am me. Great to see you. Anybody else that has jumped in, thank you so much for joining us. Dana Rose, wonderful to have you here today as well. I think I got everybody. If not, I will catch up with you. I promise you. Okay, so let's see what this is here again. Sorry.
These kids were just...
Or not. What did I just do here? Hold on.
having the best time.
Why is this not playing? Okay, so this is a Daily Mail article that came out. Idaho students who discovered the bloodbath inside the off-campus home in Moscow have broken their silence 2 months before their friend's accused killer Brian Koberger goes to trial. Emily Allant and Hunter Johnson have been called over to the house on the morning of November 13th of 22 by the surviving roommates, who were unable to reach their friends and were scared something bad was taking place. Something bad had taken place. I'm sorry, let me read it right. Once inside, they found Xanaker Noodle's body. A chilling 911 call was placed, with officers arriving on the scene to find all 4 victims dead. Allant and Johnson are now speaking out for the very first time about the day that their friends were brutally murdered in Prime Video's upcoming 4-part docuseries, One Night in Idaho. So there's going to be 4 episodes to this, folks, just so you know. The newly released trailer, the students speak about the moment that they made the heartbreaking discovery and the chilling realization that their group of friends could have been stalked for months. We were a big group of friends. Why would you target those 4? Allant is heard saying. So that's Emily for sure. There's a big realization that we had been stalked for so many months and had no clue. In the early hours of November 13th of 22, Kaylee, Madison, Mogan, Kernodle, and Ethan were stabbed to death in the inside the 1122 King Road in the college town. I'm sorry. That's Emily says she's speaking out for the first time. That is Hunter, like we stated. He is as well. The 3 young women lived in the home with 2 roommates, Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen, while Chapin was Kernodle's boyfriend. Around 4 a.m. that morning, Mortensen came face to face with the mass killer inside the home. She told investigators that she had heard disturbing noises inside the home, and after opening her bedroom door, saw a man dressed in all black and a balaclava-type mask walking past her doorway toward the backsliding door. After the terrifying encounter, Mortensen desperately tried to call and text her friends and roommates. Only Funk responded. The 2 survivors repeatedly texted and called each other and their 4 friends. No one is answering, Mortensen texted Funk, according to court records. What's going on? She then sent to Goncalves. And another message Mortensen texted Funk, I'm freaking out right now, and described the intruder wearing like ski mask almost. Mortensen ended up running from her room on the 2nd floor down to Funk's room in the 1st floor, where they stayed until daylight. Cell phone records released in court documents show that the 2 women called and texted their roommates and other people in Access social media platforms over the next 8 hours. Excuse me, guys. With still no response from any of the 4 victims at around 11:50 a.m., Mortensen called Allant and asked her to come over and check the house because she was scared, court documents state. Allant and her boyfriend Johnson came to the home and met Mortensen and Funk at the bottom floor of the 3-story house. Johnson, Funk, and Mortensen made their way to the 2nd floor, with Johnson going to the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife, the documents state. At that moment, the students saw Kernodle laying on the floor. The students recall that horrifying moment in the trailer. I stepped foot in the house, and immediately Hunter was like, get out. Somebody call 911, a female voice says. The panicked 911 call was then placed from Funk's cell phone. In the call, Allant is heard speaking to the dispatcher, saying that they saw some man in their house last night. The Prime Video series, which premieres on July 11th, marks the first time that Allant and Johnson have ever spoken out publicly about that horrific day. After going through the trauma of finding their friends dead, they revealed that they were then subjected to online rumors and threats. People were thinking we were murderers, Hunter Johnson says in the trailer. We were getting death threats, Allant says. Another friend reveals that photos of his home were posted online as he was accused of having something to do with it. And that would be David Baracoa, with the guy with the curly hair with the glasses they saw. The series delves into the online rumors and speculation that filled the void with the surviving roommates and some of the victims. Friends facing shocking accusations online attacks, and death threats. As no arrests were made, no suspects named for weeks after the murders. Chapin's triplet siblings, Hunter and Maisie, who also attended University of Idaho, also speak out for the first time, with Hunter speaking about the terrifying aftermath of the murders, where their brother's killer was still at large. There's this person out there who has just murdered our brother, and he's still out there somewhere, he recalls. And of course, there's the horrible picture that he took the next day that just absolutely proves that he did this. Excuse me. The show also features new interviews with other friends and family members of the victims, including the Chapin's parents, Stacy and Jim Chapin, and Mogan's parents, Karen and Scott Laramie. On December 30th, 22, an arrest was finally made in the case. Koberger, a 30-year-old criminology PhD student over the border at Washington State University, was taken into custody at his parents' home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, where he had returned for the holidays. He was connected to the murders after his DNA was found on a K-bar sheath, leather sheath, knife sheath found next to Mogan's body at the scene. Prosecutors also found cell phone records placing him outside the student home multiple times prior to the murders, as well as surveillance footage showing a vehicle maxing his car speeding away. Now, more than 2 years on from his arrest, Koberger's trial is scheduled to begin this August in Ada County. However, a critical hearing is set to take place Wednesday, which could turn the trial timeline on its head. In an 11th hour move, Koberger's defense is asking the judge to delay the trial, citing a recent Dateline episode that revealed bombshell new details and pointed to a potential evidence leak in the case. In the show, released in early May, the suspected killer's phone records, porn choices, online searches for Ted Bundy were revealed for the first time. It also aired never-before-seen surveillance footage of a suspect vehicle fleeing the horrific crime scene on November 13th of 22. The defense asked for the trial to be postponed, citing the Dateline episode and other media coverage about the case. Excuse me, guys. The defense also argued that they need more time to efficiently prepare for trial and investigate Koberger's life story ahead of the potential penalty phase. Prosecutors fired back at the request in the court filing this week, furiously responding, "It is time to try this case." The defendant was arrested in late December of 22. Sorry, guys. And was indicted in May of 23. In its response, the state also rubbished claims of a delay would make it easier to seat an impartial jury, and blasted the defense for going down every rabbit hole. Defendant's motion amounts to a request for a perpetual continuance so that his counsel can go down every rabbit hole until the defendant, rather than the court, deems himself ready for trial. The filing from prosecutor Bill Thompson reads, the state argues that Koberger's team has had plenty of time to prepare for the trial, coming more than 2 years after his arrest. And I disagree with that statement, by the way, and I'll tell you why in a minute. Judge Stephen Hippler will weigh the arguments to delay the trial during a hearing on June 18th, coming up next Wednesday. A closed-door hearing will also be held that day around whether or not the defense can present an alternative suspect to jurors at the trial. If the trial goes ahead as planned, jury selection will begin in late July. I believe it's July 30th from what the case summary says. Early August, with the trial getting underway on the 11th. If convicted, Koberger faces the death penalty. And I do believe that's it. So it does have quite a few other people within that show to be coming out. And I still don't understand how they do this, how they're allowed to do this before the trial. We've had multiple shows come out that have, part of the, the propaganda train, because there's so much of it. Welcome, Curious Rose. Wonderful to have you here.
Well, there's at least 2 points in there that I can confidently say are misinformation.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, a car matching Koberger's. Matching right. How? Matching how? What's matching?
Right.
Is it matching because it's white? Because I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that because it appears white in the security the pumpkins appear white in the security camera. And I know that people will argue about whether or not the green car is in play. That's a whole different story. The story is those infrared cameras only show black and white shades, and multiple different colors other than white.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the pumpkins being white. We know the pumpkins were orange, right? So
absolutely.
So the car appearing to be white is not an indication that beyond a shadow of a doubt it was a white car. It could have been a silver car, a gray car, a light blue car. And I know Jeff has done multiple experiments on his own channel, and I don't know what he's trying to prove, because even when I watch his experiments, he's got all these green things that show up as white, and then he's got a few toy cars, and he's like, look at my toy. It's not white, but yeah, your notebook and your bag of chips and a whole bunch of other stuff is white. And all you're really proving is that you can't, beyond a shadow of a doubt, say that something is white when it shows up on an infrared camera as white. Your own experiments prove that. That doesn't mean it was green. That doesn't mean the camera. That doesn't mean the car, it was a green car. It doesn't mean that the car wasn't white. What it means is you can't be sure that car was white. Not only that, the IML or whatever originally identified it as a different model, a different year, and they had to adjust it. So I mean, matching Koberger's car is misleading at best, a lie at worst, because there's really nothing that's matching, in my opinion. And then
this picture right here feeds that, Jesse, if you want to explain.
And that's a dark, I got to say, that's a dark blue shirt. And it, you can clearly see that in the infrared camera, it's right. The blue is not showing up.
If you look at the grass in the background, it's green, it's gray. Okay. You look at the tiles on the floor that are cream colored, they're gray. The border around the flower beds there, that's concrete is gray. Okay. I mean, there's definite color discoloration here based on what this camera is. There's lighting that helps with this. There's different things that show this. Absolute. So again, just saying.
Another thing that the guilters have to get through their heads is the burden of proof lies with the prosecution. So the defense only needs to create reasonable doubt. So when we're talking about this, I'm not trying to prove what color the car was. I'm only trying to create reasonable doubt that it was in fact white. Mm-hmm. I believe that I can do that based on this experiment or Jeff's own experiments. Jeff would have a hard time proving beyond a reasonable doubt that car was white. And because the burden of proof is on the prosecution, it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter that your car is made out of metal or, exactly. all this stuff that you use in your explanation. It doesn't matter. We need beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the burden of proof. It's on the guilters. It's not on us. And this was just meant to cast reasonable doubt. And I think it does that. I believe it does do that. And then you have the appears outside the home multiple times. I mean, outside the home. I mean, I'm outside the home right now. I'm a long ways outside the home, but where exactly is outside the home? That is very misleading language. There is absolutely no evidence that puts him at the location outside 5 feet outside the home. I mean, 5 miles outside the home, maybe.
Right. Pam stated, didn't she, that they have proof that he never stopped there. He never stopped.
Even Bill Thompson had a blow-up session when they were talking about moving the trial to Ada County. He was, they're lying. He admitted that they don't have anything putting him at the scene stalking the victims.
But then, since then, they've brought up 23 times. But like you said, Jesse, it's clever wording. They say he's basically pinged off a tower that services within 100 meters of the house. So all the guilters have said, oh my God, he's been within 100 meters of the house 23 times. No, he pinged off the tower that also covers 23-mile radius.
I believe he could even connect to that tower when he's sitting in his apartment, couldn't he?
Exactly. But, all they'd have to do, listen, this is not an accusation, right? This is just an evidence comparison. Let's look at Hunter Johnson, whose phone was pinging at the crime scene, whose prints and DNA are on a knife at the crime scene, who discovered the bodies, whose DNA is all over the house. That's all you need to create reasonable doubt. Why is nobody?
I don't know how you can look at this picture on the screen right now, and Jeff H. can look at his own experiments with his own infrared cameras and say that beyond a reasonable doubt you can prove what color anything is in infrared. Specifically a very light. You just imagine this is a very dark blue, right? Just imagine a very light blue, like a light blue that in bright sunlight would be very noticeable to the eye.
Super white, yes.
But how are you going to distinguish a light blue or a silver to white in one of these infrared cameras? I don't see how you could possibly claim that you could do that.
You
the
absolutely
key point
cannot.
for me is even if they prove it's a white Elantra, prove it's Brian's.
Well, there's that too. There's multiple. There was a Genesis brought into question that looks a lot like the same type of vehicle. A BMW that I looked for that night. Also, as far as other Elantras, Jack Showalter's brother owns an Elantra that he drove around all the time. That's a white Elantra. So who knows who was where when? We don't. The one thing I do pretty much know, though, I believe, is that Brian wasn't the one there. He wasn't even in that area, folks. So he's the only one they're looking for.
I don't know if you saw, but there was actually, this stargazing thing. And everyone's like, oh, especially News Nation, oh, God, yeah, what, I'd want a different alibi, says Banfield. News Nation plug stargazing on their media constantly. They have done for years. You don't want to miss this. They give advice to leave light polluted areas. They tell you what times are best. They call all stargazers on a regular basis. Idaho is renowned for it. WSU has its own planetarium. And on the night or the morning of the 13th, there were fireballs in the sky in Idaho, Washington. But, my point is that white Elantra, he could have been, autism and lack of sleep walk hand in hand. So stargazing for somebody with autism is really not an unusual thing. So if he went that night out into the country to look at the sky or just take a drive, his phone is going to ping off that tower, and his phone, they assume, I don't think we've had proof he's turned it off. That means nothing. It means absolutely nothing when you've got in the immediate vicinity of the house, you've got people with better motives who can't prove their alibis, whose DNA is in the house, and one of them's got DNA on a weapon. And one of them is taking photos with 4 dead bodies upstairs. But all the guilters are ignoring all of that, and I cannot get my head around it.
Right, not to mention all the other DNA that law enforcement absolutely refused to even check, to even run.
I know, it's crazy to me. This car could be white. It could be a white Elantra. There were 90 white Elantras that had parking permits on campus.
Right.
Prove it. Tell me it's Brian.
But to say it matches his car is, like I said, misleading at best and a flat out lie at worst.
Beyond misleading, and all it does is it's the same type of car, which there's 20,000 of them within this region. So there again, one more time, it makes no sense. And thank you for doing this again, Jesse. This whole color test thing, it just brought more attention. Welcome, Scully. By the way, good to see you. To the fact of how much misinformation and how much reasonable doubt there is involved within this situation. So.
Yeah, and Jeff keeps on talking about the material of the shirt or the metal, or that's all kind of irrelevant because
it really is.
It's the burden of proof. All I'm trying to prove is I can make something blue appear to be more white than blue. That's all I need to do. Once I've done that, we have some doubt that car was white, and I seriously doubt. Put it this way, Jeff: if you were given the opportunity with a gun pointed to your head, you're right, you're going to live. You're wrong, you're not. Is that car white? I'd be careful about going all in on white because it might not be white. Like how sure are you, Jeff? Because I don't see how you could possibly be that sure.
Sorry, I know Dago's desperate to play this video, but I just want to say it while it's in my mind. Right at the beginning, you played the trailer for is it the Prime? Is it going to be on Prime?
Yeah.
And one of them, I think it's the photo where we all thought it was Quinn, has got a little hole around the mouth of the balaclava.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think in Dylan's text where she says to Bethany, no, it's a ski mask, and a little, I think she's trying to say a little round mouth. And I'm sure she's referring to the balaclava with a little round mouth.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's something I would jump on if I were the defense, to check what balaclava he bought and ask her, did it have a little round mouth? You know the text I'm referring to. And she says, oh, no, it was like a ski mask and covers his forehead and little RND mouth. I think it had a little mouth hole.
Very well. That makes a lot of sense, Nellie. Because I think we all struggle trying to understand that. And that was David Barracoa that was there with that mask on. So
yeah. I'm not saying it was him. I'm just saying I think in her description of this ski mask, she was trying to describe a little round mouth. I'd want to clarify that.
That makes perfect sense. I never thought of that like that. That's a good point, Nellie. Thank you. I'm going to have to go back and kind of review that again. That's interesting.
Yeah, please do. Because I kept looking at that text going, what does she mean? Because she's describing the mask and it says little, and I think it's RND mouth. And I think she saw a mouth hole. I'm sure she saw a hole for the mouth. And if Brian bought a balaclava that did not have that mouth hole, I'd throw that out as well.
Absolutely.
I think it's a very specific kind of scheme. I'm sure she says little round mouth. I'm sure. That's just my opinion, but I can't think what else it could be.
That makes a whole lot of sense. I love that.
We were all born to be detectives.
That's amazing. Well, no problem, Michael. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate that very much. That's a great point, and I never would have thought of that, Nellie. Thank you for kind of opening my eyes to that a little bit. Appreciate that very much.
Okay. Between all of us, we noticed the details, and I've picked up so much from other people, and that's why it's good to share these things.
Absolutely. That's why we do what we do. We do the think tanks, the dives, and the breakdowns, because all we want is truth and real justice for these victims. Tony Dewan, welcome. Good to see you. And that's really it, guys. We don't want Brian to be innocent. We don't want to go against, what everything's going on. We want truth for the victims and their families. That's really all this is about. And it's sad that this has to be the way it is, but it should never be divided. Everybody should be here for the same reason. Sadly, it doesn't seem to be that way. So, oh, wow. Great stuff, though. I never thought of that, Nellie. Now that I think back about how that was written and looks, that's perfect. It fits right there. So,
can you have to? No, don't, because we're never going to get onto Kim. I'll shut up now. But yeah, it'd be great if you pulled that up at some point.
I will.
That'd be great.
Absolutely. Welcome, Captain Jenks. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight. So I do believe this was the first May 24th of 23 was when this interview happened, and I hate watching myself, so this is going to be hard. This was the first time that I had Kim join me, and she was very nervous, as she had told me beforehand that I have to kind of help her stay in line, so on and so forth. So just bear with it, guys. If you want me to back up, go forward, stop it, slow it down, speed it up, turn it up. I'll do the best I can with it. Just let me know what you need. And we'll stop occasionally and talk about the different things that are stated as how, like I said, they related then and how they relate now. So here we go. A mini emotional breakdown. because
Well, congratulations. You've earned
thank
it,
you.
honestly.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. I hit 3,000 subscribers,
That's
and
amazing.
I have a passion for this after our conversations.
Oh, definitely,
You know,
definitely. Yeah. People
and
know
it
when
just,
your heart's in the right place and they can feel
yeah,
that. So, and it is
yeah.
definitely in the
Well,
right place. I can assure everybody of that. You definitely just, yeah. I mean, you do, and you're doing justice by all of these victims. So, and their
and
families, and that's wonderful.
that's exactly what I really do wholeheartedly want. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And you certainly do. And that's why people are following you and listening.
Yes, this was 7,000 subscribers ago, a long time back. So, wow. Exactly. So, here we go.
Because there's a lot of creators out there who aren't being listened to.
Yeah,
So,
and I've seen that, and this a lot of creators, and I'm not talking about anybody in general, but I've seen certain creators. This is a paycheck, or it's just entertainment. That's none of that for me, folks, because I don't make anything doing this. I really don't. You know, I'm monetized. They send me a few dollars a month, obviously, because you guys see me saying I'm crowdfunded here to keep it running. So it's what it is. You know what I'm saying? I do this because I really, truly, deep down within my soul, the depths of my soul, want to help these people. I really do. So, I have to say this too, Kim, that seeing all these people that are in here and everything that they're saying, all the kind of stuff, there's 248 people that are talking to me right now, telling me, you know, how great this is and this and that. And it gives me hope for society as a whole. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it really does. Me too. That's part of it too. Is it does
Right.
give hope for society that people actually care about other people. People aren't spending this much time doing this because it's fun. I mean, or because some people might do it because whatever they have. I don't know.
Right.
But I certainly am not. I do it because I believe in. I believe it's the best way to go about solving it.
Right. It is. I mean, how else could you reach that many people at one time to put the truth out there and try to secure the safety of other children? So
Thank
we
you,
don't have
Tony.
to go through this again.
Absolutely.
So,
And
yeah, I
also,
100%.
as far as with the authorities, the authorities go, they're limited. There's a limited number of them. We as a community, as people of this country, can do something to solve these cases and help them. You know,
100%.
They shouldn't have to do it alone.
Absolutely, 100%. And again,
it doesn't show weakness in them.
That's fact. That's fact, and I appreciate that too. And I want to thank you once again. Everybody in the chat here, you know, are saying how much they appreciate you, and I love that. Thank you so much, Cap. Appreciate the super sticker so very much. God bless, brother. Always happy to have you here, sir. From you guys, I appreciate that. I appreciate the respect that you guys are giving her and understanding the courage that she has to have to do what she's been doing, guys. You guys are amazing. So, Sherlock, homie, welcome you.
Yes, thank them.
So, once again, I
appreciate that. I appreciate everybody saying that. That's nice.
Right. And welcome, Kim. It's good to see you. The other Kim, sorry. Welcome. It's good to have you here, and thank you for that. Miss Potts, also thank you for joining us. And then, by the way, Canadian True Crime, welcome to the family.
Thank you, Michael Green.
We got another meatball in the house, folks. So thank you for joining. And again, I appreciate. Just to reiterate, guys, this is going to be a very calm, relaxed, respectful question and answer session. Most everybody in here is respecting and
welcome, Unc. Good to see you.
Be here, Kim. Anybody that isn't, I just ask if you have a different feeling towards the situation, just please be respectful of her and my channel, and that's all I'm asking, please.
And I welcome those different opinions. If you have a different opinion or a different outlook on it, please ask me, because I think it's important to hear what you know what I mean.
Absolutely.
I just think it's important. Then I think you can learn a lot from having an opposite opinion, maybe more times than having a like opinion.
Absolutely. Again, thank you, Carolyn. Okay. All right. Let me get this all set up. Are you all set, ready to go? Do you need to loosen up and talk a little bit first, or?
No, I'd rather you ask questions. I think it's better because I can go off. on a wild hair, and
Oh, no,
just like you
yeah.
know, and mom it.
And
So
don't
yeah, so
worry, I
I'd
got
rather
you.
yeah. Thank you.
Right, I will
Thank
definitely
you.
keep you on the rails, my dear. I promise. Best I
Thank
can.
you very much. I totally appreciate it. I know my
Absolutely.
limitations.
Yes, ma'am. I respect that 100%. Thank you, David James, my brother. I appreciate you so very much, my friend. All right. All right, guys. So what I want you guys to do is, I know everybody in here is going to want to have questions, and I'm going to do this slowly and methodically so that we don't overwhelm her. Okay, because it is very overwhelming. And I want you guys to be patient with me as well. I'm one person. I'm going to try to put these out there the best I can. You may have to read the question through the chat here and there. Just bear with me and have some patience with us, please. That's all I'm asking. All right, Stevie Irwin says, thank you, Kim. Question is what makes you believe that Brian and Kaylee possibly were friends, and Kaylee getting her inside info from Brian?
So this is pure speculation, not anything other than that. But
and let me say this real quick, Kim. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Everything we're talking about in here, folks, is pure speculation for the most part, and is absolutely alleged. So that being said, go right ahead, and I'm sorry.
Okay. So I think knowing that I don't know who these students were personally. I didn't know them beforehand. So any information I've learned about them and discovered about them has been because of the crime and what's been disclosed. And hearing the stories about her finding the one or calling the police, and I did see the police report about, I think it was Officer Payne, the missing woman. That was really I thought, wow, she's really kind of a sleuthy. And then knowing that she was following Olivia, which is why her family reached out to Olivia when they started researching her, that she was just into this whole genre. And then knowing that kids are social, right, on social media all over the country. And so people reach out and make connections. And I think algorithms like put us all in touch with each other. I don't think it's just like for YouTubers but I think that would maybe put them into the same wheel.
This was from May 24th of 2023 for those of you that didn't know. Again,
house her and Brian because they were into that same kind of mind, and him coming to this area, and she's cute, so obviously any boy would want to reach out to her. I think that they had kind of like-mindedness that way, and I think that if there was some kind of relationship there, I think it was based not a dating relationship, but she was picking out his brain, and maybe they were working together on this crime. That was his interest. That was her interest. That makes more sense to me than them dating. But who knows if they dated? I'm not judging that. They could have. But if they know each other, that's what I would believe.
Right. And we talked about this a little bit too, because you guys, I had put out there a theory of mine that, that maybe she had leaned towards Brian, and based on his education. And we did talk a little bit more about that based on the theory that, Brian really is not that bad of a looking guy. And a lot of girls are attracted to brains and intelligence, folks, believe it or not. That could have been something. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying that's something else very well could have been a possibility. It's not out of the realm of reality. You know what I mean? So, absolutely. I absolutely agree with you on that one.
And there'd be nothing wrong with it if this had not come up. You know what I mean? You date a lot of people before you meet somebody, and it's all about, they're young. They're
right.
They had a lot in common, and
for anybody to misunderstand, I think WSU and U of I, they don't share campuses. No, they're just very close together. They do share a 911 center. They both get 911 calls from the same center. The law enforcement and rescue, fire, and emergency services work together as mutual aid services. Those are the things we did find out. But they're just very close together, and there's friends that are going to both universities that hang out together. People live in both places that go back and forth. As far as sharing goes, that's about all there is. They don't share campuses. They're two separate universities, two separate schools, so that nobody gets confused on that situation. And sometimes some of the things that she had said.
That's incorrect. Completely incorrect. I've used the wrong terminology. I apologize. They don't share campuses. They have a cooperative agreement.
Yes, they do. That's
kind of
they
share resources, and they can.
Yes,
yeah, they can definitely use each other's campuses.
Absolutely, and they have that. Yeah, I just don't want people making things out of nothing. That's all. But yeah, whatever. I don't know where the statement came from. I was just trying to make sure everybody had it right.
No, I used the wrong terminology. I apologize, but students do use WSU campus and vice versa if they're a cooperative, so they do use each other's campuses.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I don't mean they share. You know, like they're one university. I know that, but they do. It's been going on for over 50 years. They have a cooperative where they can use mutual academic resources. It's on their websites.
Okay.
They always have.
Gotcha. Well, thank you. That's
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I used the wrong terminology.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Like I said, that's what this is all about. So everybody understands everything and gets whatever each other is saying. So that's fine. Welcome, Cat Lady. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us.
As far as him being a creep, yes, he appears to be creepy. I think any one of us sitting in an orange jumpsuit would appear to be creepy. I'm sorry, 100%. But I've never seen anybody.
Well,
I'm not defending.
Right. We don't know Brian Koberger outside of that orange jumpsuit. You know what I mean?
And so some of the kids, and this I do know some of the kids who have him as a teacher. My son was pre-law, so he was in the classroom next door, but had never had him as a teacher. Not yet, anyway. He hadn't moved up to that level. But the kids said he was, generally, and he was a jerk. He graded really hard. He was a tough TA. But I've never, honestly, and if you're a TA out there, I'm not insulting you. There's a reason they put the TA into the program and make it a curriculum requirement. It's to teach you how to be teachers, because you're just not born a teacher. And they're full of ego, and they're full of themselves, and they're about the same age, and they come across as know-it-alls, and some more than others. But I've never had a kid of mine like or appreciate a TA.
Well,
and that's just the nature of the beast.
You got to take into effect that he is about the same age as some of these kids, and that's kind of, I had a teacher in high school that was, I think he was 20 years old, and he was a gym teacher, and we gave him a hard time because he was our age. You know what I mean? Basically.
Yeah.
So there's that. You got to take that into account. So.
Right, and I think wisdom and age softens them. He was not. I can tell you that I was told directly by Wazoo, because I obviously called after they arrested him. The kids all went back to school, I think the 3rd of January. And I said, so who's vetting your teachers? Like, what's going on? Honestly. And she said to me, we're in a meeting all day today, that we've been doing it all day, trying to figure out what we're going to do about it. I said,
right.
So he wasn't fired. I mean, he was fired after he got arrested, clearly. But officially, he had just been under review. TAs have reviews. The students have reviews at the end of the semesters. So he didn't get a great review, or he had things to work on. But even one of his professors said he was changed.
This was in 23 when I had this all set up in my living room in the corner. So that was my living room area by my front. I was tired of people walking in through my front door, and it happens here anyway, till I get this spun around. So definitely a different area a couple years ago.
Changing it, and he gave probably everybody A's. It was really nice at the last week of school. I don't know if it's what it was from, but it could very likely be he heard what was being told to him, and so he was changing his form or his style. That's what the TA program's for, getting your PhD. So I have a hard time putting any merit into any of that, except for the fact he didn't miss a day. He didn't have any marks on his body, because I've asked his students who are in his classes after. He just graded better. But that's what his review had been from the 2 days before. And you have to keep your room clean before you leave school. His apartment was company issue. It was like the PhD apartment. So, and I think he had a full ride. So he wasn't like, I could be wrong, but I know he had a grant. So I don't think, so my son, they'll go in and check his room before the RAs leave, or before the managers in the apartments leave. They have to go and check into every house. So you leave your keys, you leave things open. The shower curtain means nothing. My kids' shower curtains come home at Christmas time and on breaks because they're disgusting and they get washed and then they go back or get thrown away. So that doesn't tell me anything.
Right.
Either.
Right.
I mean, his room being locked, we could likely come home to a new roommate. That's normal.
Yeah, I
Kids
agree.
transfer in the wintertime.
I can agree with that.
So none of those things are pointing in any direction. I'm not saying he's innocent. I don't know. He did something to get himself in an orange jumpsuit. So I don't know. Put himself in the wrong place or whatever.
Right. Right. Well, again, and again, everybody, we have to continuously remember that Bryan Kohberger is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. And that's what we're here for. You know, and that has to be something that we keep in our minds, no matter what, until they put. Now, here again, I'm not saying, and just like Kim just said, she's not saying he's innocent, and neither am I. I'm saying that when this court of law shows me undisputed proof that Bryan Kohberger did this, then I'm right there in line with everybody saying, do what you have to do to sentence him to because it shouldn't have happened, and it's you know it's a horrible thing, and he needs to be punished for it. But until I see proof of it, I'm not going to say that. Okay.
Exactly, and because justice isn't served if the wrong man goes down for this.
Right.
Then
and
the
who are
cops
we?
on the street.
Agreed. And who could live with themselves knowing that they put an innocent man to death when there's other people that were responsible for this possibly? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, right.
That's my point.
Okay, listen, folks. Like I've said this repeatedly again and again. People may have different outlooks on different things, feelings, thoughts, theories, opinions, whatever. We don't treat people rude in here. Everybody gets treated with absolute respect. And that's the only warning I'm going to give. The moderators are very quick to remove things like that because that's how we keep this community the way we do. So please, I'm asking once, be respectful and polite to others. There's no reason for rudeness or abrupt statements because you may disagree with something or you may whatever. Just we don't need to do that in here. Especially somebody that's in this community and has been around for a long time, please don't do that. It just doesn't matter. There's no choice or no reason to be rude or abrupt or anything with anyone. Just please be respectful. Thank you.
Point behind all of this because whoever did this is the person that needs to be punished the correct way for this, period. That's all it is. It's not, let's hate Bryan.
Me as well. Always. I can always be wrong, and there's nothing wrong with that, folks. It happens all the time. There's no reason that anybody has to argue with somebody just because they think they're right, and they may not be, or they may be. It doesn't matter. We're all the same. We're all adults. We can handle it. It's a big deal. Welcome, Captain Jenks. Thank you for joining us, bro. It's great to have you here today.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome up with us. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Oh, yeah. No, I just had a couple questions for you guys. I just wanted to ask.
Okay. Go ahead real quick so I can keep this rolling. What's happening?
No, I just, the one thing I was wondering was Maddie was wearing that jacket at that night, and it looked like a men's jacket, way too big. And did anyone... Right, and then you had we had this short clip. It was a couple years ago with the police. They were going through some fire hydrant or something, and they were pulling stuff out in a jacket, and they just threw it back and left. Remember?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever figure out where that jacket? Whose jacket that?
No, we looked into it. We saw the video. We talked a little bit about what it looked like it was that they pulled out of that. But besides that, no, we never could figure out exactly who's what or where that was. We know where it was, but where it came from, we don't know exactly what it was. So,
yeah, because what I'm thinking is maybe somebody at one of the bars, the corner club, whatever. Maybe she, was friendly with, maybe having some drinks with, whatever, and then borrowed the jacket. You know what I mean?
Yeah, could be.
I'm just assuming here, but it is what it is. But no one ever that came up for a little bit and then disappeared. You know what I mean? But it's important. It's a little important to know whose jacket that was and whatnot. But it was definitely somebody much taller, and it was definitely some kind of man's jacket, black, the black one, right? So
definitely. I remember seeing a video somewhere, and it could have been a jacket left at the house, because I swear I remember seeing Hunter Johnson wearing a jacket that looked just like that at one point, and it could have just been something she grabbed that one of the other friends left at the house before they went out that night, or something like you said, somebody she was talking to at the bar. It got colder out. She decided to wear that home. It could have
Yeah.
been anything. You know what I mean?
But
Yeah.
it's a good point that you're making, because no matter whose it was, just to toss it back after a quadruple homicide is crazy to me.
Agreed.
Oh,
Anything and everything is evidence in a situation like
Yeah.
that, in my opinion.
well, she could have like some guy maybe thought, hey, you know what? I'm getting hooked up here, right?
Yeah.
And said, and she was wearing like a skimpy little thing and all that, and a little top and all that, and then she had that long jacket on. She had the sleeves rolled up and all that, the black jacket, and somebody thought maybe they were, maybe hooking up. You know how the college kids are, right? And then she took it and tossed it over the fire hydrant or something. You know what I mean? And then the guy's like pissed off.
Could be. Yeah.
So I mean, it's just a theory. It's just some different theories, different speculations and stuff. But no one said nothing about that. They didn't even take that in for evidence or anything. Like they just threw it right back and left. From that short video that they showed. And
That made me think that it had no importance, obviously, but still, you should have still collected it just in case, because you never know down the road what's going to come out. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Sure, quadruple homicide. You definitely want to take everything that you can, right?
And like David Bird just said, another example of law enforcement's incompetence and or failure to investigate. As Eddie has always said, this is not an investigation. It's not a real investigation. And I've always agreed with that. With all the mistakes that were made and mishaps, whether they were purposely done or not, this is one of the worst investigations ever seen. So I have to agree, truly.
Well, I got to tell you, Eddie is the one guy that made me really think things through a little bit, because
Sure.
with his notes and his and stuff that he came up with, and
Right.
I'm like, they got the guy, he's guilty, that's it, it's done, we'll wait for a trial, right? And then
Well,
and then
normally, you
and
know
I'm
what?
open-minded. I'm open-minded to everyone's thoughts and opinions, and I'm one of those guys that like to sit back and watch listen and
Mhm.
learn, right? And everyone makes good points on both sides, right? And the other thing, too, I wanted to say was that multiple perpetrators would leave more evidence, but when you have a house party kind of a environment, it's very
Mhm.
hard to, you have this extra DNA that was never tested. You have all kinds of other stuff going on. So there's nothing wrong with questioning it. You know what I mean? There's nothing to fight
Right.
about.
Right. No, I can agree, Cap. I can agree.
I'm
Great.
sorry to interrupt you guys. I figured I'd chime in a
Oh,
little bit.
no.
No,
It's
no, no.
good.
You're all right. Appreciate it. Appreciate
No,
it very much.
no. It's glad to see.
Everything anybody says is very important.
But I really think you've got a valid point, because if anything, to me, it shows that they weren't thorough. That trash was sitting outside the house for how long?
Yeah,
Oh,
long
the
time. Long time.
recyclables. Oh my God, yes.
And do you know what I
Yeah,
always
you're
did?
right.
Right at the beginning, I thought that weapon could be in the kitchen drawer in that house,
Right.
and
What about the ladder?
Well, yeah.
The ladder was out there almost to the day they knocked the house down. And
They left
what
a lot of things
the
untouched, unanswered, and unscathed that should have been collected, and a lot of stuff should have been done that never was. And that from the very beginning, I agree with that too. So
the couch was back there, the grill.
yeah,
I
they
I
left a lot of that just sit there for
I
forever.
mean I mean no, I don't know, but I'm I sometimes I just listen, and I try to listen and learn, and I try to respect everyone's opinions and thoughts, and what could have happened in theories and stuff, and that's what it's all about, the true crime, right? So it's just I have questions on things, and like with the jacket, and why a ladder sitting out there. Why wouldn't you take the first thing I would have taken was the ladder and put it into evidence, because someone could have walked up the ladder and came through a window. We don't know. We don't have the film footage from.
Well, one of the 911 calls that was put out, there's actually a piece of that where you hear what sounds like the what's his name, Hunter maybe going up there and trying to look through that window to try to get through there at some point, which is very weird that was in the call, but then it wasn't. So it's very strange. Either way.
Oh God, there's one question. Oh God, there's one question I keep forgetting to ask you guys.
Right.
Why it's on the tip of my tongue. Let me try to explain it best I can. Is when you have, like, when you have a emergency in a certain situation, and then you call multiple friends, multiple family, and this is what's going on. I called 911. I did this. This is what's going on. I need, either comfort, help, support, whatever. Right? Why? God, how do I explain this? It'll come back to it'll come back to me, but the one. No. What I wanted to say is you had so many people go into that house, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now their footprints, their DNA, everybody's there.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's
Yeah.
mumbled. You have your first responders, your EMTs come in, and then they right away void that out because they get the information from the EMTs and stuff. Dago, you've been through this, right? So I don't know if you ever been to really horrific crime scenes. You probably have.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And they said, Dago, you're the first responder. We need your DNA or your footprint, your fingerprint or whatever. You have multiple people coming there before the cops are even there. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
the crime scene is disrupted.
Well, and that's
right?
the thing. Normally, a crime scene is secured before anybody, and I can understand that's why they didn't allow EMS to go inside there at some point, which I still disagree with to an extent. But I can understand at a crime scene they secure it, and that way they can keep as little amount of extra DNA and or just like they don't want to destroy what evidence they have per se. So you want to keep as much out other than what's already there, so that you don't have to go through that and evaluate who was here, who was there, who was over there, who was over here, who showed up, who didn't, who's not here, who's not supposed to be here, and all that stuff. That's why they secure a crime scene. I don't believe that was done here. I think that this was a disaster. From the beginning, there were people all over this place. There were other people on the outside that they all intermingled, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So it was a mess from the beginning, and they completely and totally screwed this up and didn't investigate this correctly, in my opinion, and so on and so forth. So yes, agreed. That is very much a thing.
So do you think there's a big chance, I do, that the latent print outside Dylan's door facing towards the kitchen was Hunter's? It says he went to the kitchen to get a knife.
Right. It could have been. It very well could have been.
Sure.
I feel that is most likely and innocently. I'm not accusing Hunter, but I think
right. Of course
they've shoved it in the PCA, yet they will have known that a Hunter walked through. He went up the stairs past the view of Xana on the floor to the kitchen so that's past Dylan's room to the kitchen to get a knife. He could have walked through another footprint.
Absolutely could have. Yes.
And left his van's print facing in the right direction outside Dylan's door. But they used it for the PCA, and I don't think they had a clue who it was. And if they knew Hunter had gone to the kitchen, let's just say I hope they eliminated that. But I doubt they did. I doubt they did.
9 out of 10 students there wear Vans, so there's that too. That's another thing. Welcome, Outcast, bro. Good to have you here today. Thank you for the super sticker. God bless, brother. I appreciate you much. Guys, please go check out Outcast channel if you haven't seen it yet. The man is a genius when it comes to audio and things like that, and he's a blast. He's hilarious. It's a great channel. It's always a good time over there. So make sure we drop his link in here so that you guys can go check him out. Subscribe if you have not. Hit the notification bell and like everything he does, because if you don't, again, what are you doing with your life, folks? Come on now. It's great to see you here, brother. I appreciate you much. Thank you, Alicia. And there you go. 1 second.
That's a good point, Kim. With the Hunter coming in and leaving the footprints and then stuff like that. We don't know, but it's a good point.
Thank you. I'm Nelly, by the way.
Yeah, that's Nelly, but Kim is recorded from the interview.
I'm sorry.
All right. You're all right.
Kim's
up.
a good one.
You're welcome to join us, Outcast. If you want to jump up, the link is pinned to the top at any time. If you're not busy, please feel free. And that goes for anybody that wants to join us. Please jump up and join us. Let's hear what you have to say. And again, everybody's appreciated. Let's move on. See if we can get through this. I got a couple different interviews. It might take a couple days, but we'll get through them. See what relates to today, what related to the other 2.5 years ago, what we can pull out of it. Very interesting. Jesse. On we go.
I don't like that situation. So that's what I'm saying.
I
So,
agree with you. And,
amen.
and the other part of it is the kids are very certain there was not just one person there. So all of the people need to go down for it. If he's one of them, fine. But there's more
100%.
out there, and
That's
he
right.
knows. He knows something, and he's not gonna. I mean, I don't think he should get a deal if he's not speaking. He should be speaking.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I think at this point his attorney it is. I think they know what they're doing. I'll just put it that way because I know from what I have read about and researched on Ann Taylor, she's very good at what she does. The rest of her team is too. Her investigator is top notch. I mean, that team alone.
I've spoken to him. He's top notch.
Absolutely, they know what they're doing. So that's what this thing is all about. So the next question is from Sophie, and it says, Kim, what do you think? There was a cleaning, and I think she means like in the house.
Why do I think so? What I first learned was when I learned about this, and it was prior to them. This was when we got the alert from the school, and I called my daughter. What I learned was that 4 people were stabbed to death. That the roommates were home, and they locked themselves in the basement downstairs. They were awake and aware, and heard everything. And my question then was, why did they call 911? She goes, well, I don't know. And well, what was the noise? Well, it's a party house. And I'm like, so what does that mean? And well, like drugs. And I said, so then I first asked, have you been there? She goes, well, no, I haven't been there. But I said, how do you know? She goes, everybody knows. And so I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of an answer kids will give you. Everybody knows, right? You know, they like, it's like everybody else's mom is letting them. It's just kind of how they explain things. So you have to talk kid talk, I guess. But so then I asked, I couldn't get past the 911, not calling 911. I mean, honestly, it was like Groundhog Day, like every 5 minutes. Why didn't they call? Like, I still can't wrap my head. And she goes, I don't know, Mom. I think they were cleaning up or whatever. And I'm like, cleaning up what? And she says, I don't know, maybe drugs. I don't know. But as time's gone on.
Now, this is one of the big issues that everybody had this way back when, that they never called 911. And that's what she had talked to her daughter about, where she got the information from. And still, there you are. So who knows? I don't know, guys. See if it feels different now than it did then. You know what I mean? That's the whole point.
And things have come out. And there's the lack of evidence in anywhere but the bedrooms. There's some in the kitchen, I think, and there is that likely cleaning meant they were
Guys, I'm going to step away for about 30 seconds. I'm going to keep letting this play so you guys can handle this. I just have to use the little boys' room, and I'll be right back, everybody. Thank you.
Cleaning the house, cleaning up evidence, cleaning up getting things thrown away. The amount of blood that must have been there throughout the house must have been huge.
And understand, folks, that that house took 9 days to process the entire crime scene. 9 days. Okay.
Right.
So that'll tell you right there yourself.
And they went back in at several times. So this house, and being a real estate broker and doing a lot of construction sales, and also knowing with Greek Road, they have these little secret panels behind walls and things. That there is crawls throughout that house that are just naturally there from additions over time and from the geotech of the landscape. So that house, and I'm sure in the rafters, and I had called the FBI because I had seen a picture of the kids all sitting on the roof. I don't know why they sit on roofs. They think it's cool. It's stupid. If you're a kid in college, don't sit on the roof. It's dumb. You'll fall. Anyway, but that, and then the ladder was there. Very, very likely something could be behind the walls. And so I did call them. And then that night I saw in the news, it was dark. They went back in there, and I don't know if they got anything out or not. Because I'm not telling them to get answers. I'm telling them to make sure they have information that I've been given from a student who I think I should tell them everything. And then it's their job to parse through it. So they don't tell me, like, I've been given some confirmations on a couple of things that obviously I can't share, but I wouldn't share because it's not my place. But to make me believe that the kids who are telling me that the information I'm getting is reliable, because they wouldn't be calling back if it weren't. That's why I believe and trust the kids more than I trust anybody. They all know. They're just scared.
Right. I agree.
Did I answer that question? I don't know if I went off.
So. I do believe so.
Okay.
And there's an answer in there. If you they may need to work through that a little bit to pull that answer out. But I do believe
sorry.
so. No.
Okay.
It's that's the way it needs to be. All right,
right.
guys. Let me see here. So, this is a good question. Everybody kind of wanted, and this is more of an opinion from you than an actual question with an answer. And it's Tuesday's Child. Welcome, first of all. And how did the two close houses surrounding the Idaho 4 house not hear a thing? They are so close, and it was a quiet, silent night. Great question.
It is a great question. How did they not? I don't know that they didn't.
That's a good answer.
I don't know that they didn't. I don't know that they weren't. They're these kids on Greek Row are very tight. And those are Greek Row live outs. So did those kids clearly get along? It seems so, because there's a picture of, I think one of them is going to throw a watermelon, and one of them is going to hit it with a knife, which is just a TikTok thing. It means nothing. There was nothing nefarious behind it. I don't know if anybody saw it out there, but so but it was the neighbor's house. So the neighboring homes, they got along. I mean, I think Jack D lived around the corner. They all lived in those houses, and right. So seniors and juniors live in live outs. My daughter lived in a live out. They, that's what they do. They hang out across the street and from each other, and they just own the road.
Absolutely. Again,
so I can't tell you that they didn't hear.
Right. A great question, and that's probably the best response you can have to something like that, because again, we don't know that, because we're not told. And
correct.
So, Mike says they are pushing the back door as an exit, but I think the front door was. They are scared that the front was compromised by the people who showed up and manipulated the statement. Do you have anything on that one?
Okay, so what I'm going to tell you is they don't lock their doors. They don't. We've taught them to lock their doors.
Sorry about the echo, you guys.
They don't lock their doors. They don't put batteries in their smoke detectors when they go off. They take them out and they leave them empty. And when parents go to visit or whatever, we refill the batteries. We remind them to lock the doors. We put locks on their doors. Until this occurred, they didn't lock their doors. Now, I believe they were, actually in Pullman, in the fall, there was so many break-ins and so many robberies that they had really started to be pretty methodical about locking their doors. And my husband went up there and put locks on the door for my daughter, because these landlords they own the property. I think they believe the kids are going to wreck it anyway, so they leave them as, dilapidated buildings. Whatever. The kids are happy, landlords are happy. It is what it is. But I don't believe the front door was ever locked. I don't believe the back door was ever locked. I don't believe the windows were locked. I think the stools in the back that were propped on the back door, which I just forever, that'll go down in history as obvious. Like, of course they put stool. Couldn't they have found a stick? I don't know. Stool?
Right.
I mean, honestly, why would you touch the stools, lay them down, and mess up a crime scene? And this is the police officers who did it, rather than get a stick or, I don't know, now it's
a broomstick,
anything.
Something, yeah.
Anything. Right. Anything. Or get a locksmith out there and change the locks. I don't know. I think there was a lot of missteps. And as far as contamination goes, it was completely contaminated anyway. They were all in there. They were all in that house. So, yeah. I
just want to say real quick to add to that. I wholeheartedly at this point now truly believe that every person that was at that house that morning, every child per se or student, probably stepped in that house at some point to see what the situation was. I truly feel strongly that actually happened at this point, and that will tell you guys how many feet were in that house. Okay. And I'm not just saying that they're gross, disgusting kids for doing it. It's something that happens, guys. That people wander. They want to know. They want to see. Is it real? Are they telling the truth? Are they really deceased? Is that what the deal is? And I'm sure everybody that was there looked in that house at some point.
And
before the police
disbelief
got
too,
there.
right?
Yes.
And there was disbelief. I mean, I think that kids are like, we just were with them. Like, I just was here with them. I just saw her. We were just together. Like, so there's that disbelief and that factor of, and without
Brian wears a size 13 shoes. For anybody that was asking that.
anybody stopping you from going in and being in disbelief and in shock and hearing what you're hearing, you don't think about, they wouldn't even know to think that I'm going to contaminate a crime scene. There wasn't an adult present, so
that's it.
There wasn't even their thoughts.
Right, they just want to see.
Right.
Period.
Is this true? Is this right? Am I hearing what I'm hearing? Yeah. Right.
100%.
So.
Absolutely.
Jesus, guys, some of these questions from way back then, look at them. Was there rumors that Bethany and BK had a fling? Like, there's so many different crazy ass things going on back then. It's crazy to me to see these things now. Just saying.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I don't think there was anything by the time that second group got there around 8:30 or 9, because there was a group I think that was there probably between that 4 and 9 time.
Okay, so this is where some of the stuff that's coming out that has always been questionable. There was a group of people she's talking about, okay, or students, kids, whatever you want to call them, that were there at certain times. And again, this is where some of this stuff is going back now. Now that we know certain things that we've learned, some of these things will make some sense or not, and we'll answer some other questions. Just saying.
It was cleaned up in the entryway, so you didn't see anything in the kitchen. And here's this other thing that I want to say. I know that it was a long weekend, it was a party weekend, but that kitchen was undeniably tossed. That is the one thing I thought from the get-go.
Yeah.
It was tossed. It wasn't just dirty, messy. It was tossed. Like somebody was, and that's kind of part of it.
I can agree with that. Right.
So the way she brought that up, I remember when she brought that up, and I had to go back and look at a couple of videos of what we could see in the kitchen. And it made me wonder, she says it was tossed. She means, I'm guessing somebody's looking for something, or was it because there was a possible, because other people stated that they believe that something could have happened or started in the kitchen. That was there an argument, a fight, a tussle, whatever you want to call it, that caused the kitchen to be more messed up than what it was? Whether it was somebody in there looking for something, is what maybe she's talking about. I don't know. But it does kind of make some sense looking at how much of a mess it was. Granted, these are college kids and they could have just left it a mess, but things were like pushed over and knocked down, and I don't know. I don't know. But, these are just other things to go back to remembering and looking at things now and going, wow, maybe that is something it was, Right, Chet. That was my thought, but, I don't know. But I still feel like this could have started off with, like she had claimed a shakedown or a disagreement or an argument that carried on from an earlier argument that they come in, they start talking to each other, and then, boom, 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 boom. And it got out of hand and turned into this. Who knows? I still see a possibility.
Definitely an option for, that's an option for me, Dago. I think, there was no forced entry.
No.
I think there's a good chance that they're covering up for someone they know. Maybe they got into a big fight in the house and someone
there were talks, Nelly, of furniture being heard like sounded like furniture being thrown around.
Yeah, I remember that. But imagine, okay, say one of the victims had a K-bar, okay?
Yeah.
And there was a fight in the house and it got out of hand and someone pulled a blade out to say, especially if they were under the influence of drugs, and it's like, get away from me, whatever. And what if, someone they knew grabbed hold of their knife, in a rage, stabbed one of them, another one fought back, stabbed that one, and it just got way out of hand. And I think that's really quite a feasible
Very plausible
possibility. Yeah. It's very possible. It's more possible than a Bundy situation to me, but that's just my opinion.
And it absolutely makes more sense to me too. And that's something I've been laying on for a while with this, which again relates to the whole Ethan and Xana being the target possibly from an earlier on situation. The plant knocked over, dirt all over the place. They're fighting around, wrestling around with somebody, whatever, fighting. All chairs get knocked over, things get slammed into, doors get busted, windows get, plants get knocked over. Who knows? I mean, but it does make some sense. And yes, Debbie, absolutely.
How many of us here, and I'd love to know that, how many of us have been in a situation, maybe when we were young, we drank too much, maybe other things were involved, and somebody got oversensitive or somebody got picked on unnecessarily, and all of a sudden we're breaking up a fight.
Yep.
But these days, someone's got a knife in their pocket. That didn't happen in my day, and or someone,
fists, right? They don't do it anymore.
I think it's an option to consider. Definitely,
I agree, and I've thought that way for quite a while. That this was a and again, she states, I don't know if it's this interview or the other, but we will get to it. While Fizzy said roid rage is a real thing.
Yeah, definitely, Fizzy.
Also, when some people don't have the ability to control their temper. I used to be, when I used to drink, I was ready to fight everybody. You know what I mean? Even people that looked at me funny. And I just, it happens. It happens all the time. Alcohol, certain types of drugs can cause that with people.
Yeah.
Or a situation that was being carried over from earlier, possibly, it wasn't finished yet because it was broken up. And people walk out of the house still saying things, I'll be back for you where this isn't over, that kind of crap. You know how that goes. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so using Bundy as a probable motive is a fallacy. I can agree with that, Jesse. I definitely can. And so I've always wondered that. And again, Steve's saying they didn't have to go upstairs. Well, that makes a lot of sense if you think about Xana and Ethan being targets, and then maybe Kaylee hearing something coming down and going, what the hell's going? Oh no, and runs back upstairs and she's chased down. And they handle that situation upstairs too. That makes this make so much more sense to me. Xana and Ethan coming home. People are waiting for them to get back because of the fight from earlier. I'm going to get him. Watch. I'll finish this. I'll deal with this. And here we go. Again, part 2. And it just went way too far. That makes so much sense to me. It really does.
It does. Me too. And the other thing I think we should consider is how many strangers were in the area that weekend. You had the game and you had a veteran dinner at the university on the Friday. And this is just a scenario. But what if, the girls are out at their party Friday night. They go into town. There's a whole bunch of vets. There's a crazy outsider out there who gets fixated with one of them and they reject him. He follows them home and the next night they're gone. My point is that might not have happened, but law enforcement didn't even consider that this car, if that has got anything to do with it, didn't belong to a visitor.
Right.
There could have been someone come to watch the game who was a crazy person. There could have been.
I don't even think there was a car.
Anyone. It could have been anyone.
Right. You're absolutely correct. But I don't even think, and I've said this time and time again, I don't think that the people that committed this crime, as I'm saying, plural, people, had a vehicle. I think they were on foot. If there was a vehicle, it was parked somewhere else. But I think they did all this on foot, in and out, period. Yeah. It just makes more sense. And
Dago, Jesse's brought up Ken Maines. I don't watch him anymore, but I used to love his interview with the guy on death row. Is it Nagaro? Someone like that. I'm sorry if I've got the name wrong.
No, you're all right. You're all right.
And he asked the guy on death row who has seriously mixed with Ramirez and other San Quentin. As mixed with all these serial killers. And okay, he wasn't going to buy the drug thing, but he said he will guarantee whoever did this was watching from the trees. And I thought, yeah, that makes sense. But the cops didn't even seal off the back area for a couple of days. Why not? Why did they just ignore the back parking lot? They did.
Right.
But I'm sure he's got William Neguero, something like that. He's a really fascinating guy, and he really gave his opinion on who he thought might have done this. And I will say a couple of things he said ticked the code, but he said it would be someone older, be someone watching the house. He was not buying the cartel issue at all, but he said whoever did this was watching from the trees. He did not believe a car was involved. And I'm not saying he's the oracle of, everyone strays from the norm when it comes to serial killers, but he thought it was a serial killer in the making. It was very Bill Neguero. It was very, very, it's worth a watch, but I agreed with him that nobody doing this crime would have driven there, in my humble opinion.
Absolutely. Makes plenty of sense. And
I remember that, Jesse. Terrible. But Bill Neguero was, if you listen to what he had to say, it was interesting. And I do agree with him that a car, I don't think this car's got anything to do with who did it. I just don't.
Either. Nope. I'm with you on that one for sure. Absolutely.
Right.
I definitely could agree with that. Thank you for that. And it's something I had thought about before. Like, kids are messy. I get that, but it looked more upheaval than it looked like it was just messy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So, exactly. Like I could walk in and find dishes or whatever on my kids' counters or whatever, but that place was tossed. There were things out that and turned over. That what are you looking for? Somebody's looking for something.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why they didn't take the DoorDash bag with them. I don't know why that wasn't put into evidence in a cooler right away.
That DoorDash bag was from a whole different other delivery, in my opinion. That's why it was left alone and left there from before. So that's just my opinion on that after the fact when we talked about it.
Yeah. Everybody's saying toss, define, please. It was a mess in the kitchen, guys. I
like somebody was looking for something.
Yeah, I can try to find the pictures I had, but it was definitely a mess. You could see things were moved around. There was a lot of things laying on the table, so on and so forth. I'll go back and find it because I remember looking at that before, and we'll pull up the picture here down the road or down throughout here in a little bit, and I'll see if I can find it. But I can agree with that.
And generally also when I'll explain toss a little more. So I know they tailgated, but you don't tailgate on your property. You tailgate literally on the tail of your car. And there's places on all the campuses to go and tailgate. Most of the time, parents at Wazoo have it, but they also, and kids all come and go. So tailgating is where you're collectively like in the parking lot where the game is. That's not, you don't tailgate. You pre-funk at somebody's house, but the game was a day game. So they were, and it was an earlier game. So tailgating would have been done. There wouldn't have been a pre-party. Yes, there was a party the night before, but I wasn't seeing all of these alcohol things laying about. I was seeing dishes, a plant turned over. So what are you looking for drugs? Are you looking for money? There was somebody there, and that is pretty much why that's not, most of the kids know that somebody was looking for drugs or money.
Well, here's the thing too, folks. Don't forget this. And multiple people, including myself in the chat, are saying they saw the plant too, and I did as well. Here's the thing. There were other videos, guys, that we have seen of the girls and even Ethan in the house doing their little games and stuff. That house was never that messed up, ever.
Exactly.
Santa was a clean freak. That's something that's known like widely. Okay. So you got to go back and look, and I will find the pictures, guys, the best I can to show you guys, and you can see the difference of it. I mean, it was definitely a mess.
And they had pride of home ownership. If you look at the pictures of Maddie's room when she sent them to her father, their rooms matched. They were cute. I mean, that's like my daughter's house. I mean, I'll say there could be dishes, but even after a parents' weekend, which I'll tell you what, God, it's just parents' weekend's a mess. It's a ton of fun, but it's not left a mess. And even I've never seen at any time my daughter hide her camera from me for a messy house. It's kind of my thing. I like a clean house. But so she might have, and none of my children have ever done that. I've never seen any of my kids' houses look like that. Like that was extraordinarily different. It was a crime scene.
Right. Absolutely.
Hey, do you guys remember?
I can agree.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
No, do you guys remember when the body cam footage of Kaylee coming out during the day for the noise complaint?
Yeah.
And
With
she came out the
Gunderson.
back.
Yeah.
Dee and the two officers were there, and then
Yeah.
the one officer greeted her, and then she said, "I'll go back in." The guy came out with the zip ties on and all that. Remember that?
That was Hunter Johnson. Yeah.
And you know what? On this body cam video, and she went back when she went back in the house. You know what the one police officer that was talking to her said was, he said on the body cam to the other officer, he says, you had that big deck in the back. Remember the deck that went over,
Yeah.
right?
With no stairway to get up to it. Right.
Yeah, there's like a fire hazard, the Hell House. You know what I mean? It was like a fire, and he's like, "There's no stairs."
Right. Yeah. The house was very put together very badly.
It was put together to make money. You know, it was put together to fit more people and make an income, and it's LLC'd, and that's why it was sold to the universe. It was given to the university, and then shut off the LLC. And you know, I owned a business. I know all about the LLCs and real estate and all the other crap. You know, but he says, and it's odd because they're there for a noise complaint. He's like, "Hey, you know, there's no this deck back here. How come there's no stairs leading? You know, to get off the deck. You know."
Right.
But that's just another thing. And I don't know that kitchen is on that deck, right?
No, it's upstairs. The deck is upstairs off of Kaylee's bedroom.
So when they come out of the bedrooms, they have to jump off of that if they wanted to get out of the house quick. Say this was like a fire or smoke coming into. You know what I mean? They would have to jump off that back deck, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, it's crazy. And then the other thing too was they had like it looked like something like blood or something seeming through one of the walls going into the kitchen too, above the one of the door sill that goes into the kitchen. When they had a couple of those photos, I don't know much about that, but I know the one, the foundation. You know, there was a lot of blood coming out. I mean, you know, there was a lot of stuff there, and it's hard to imagine that you wouldn't see all that right away. You know what I mean? That's a gruesome.
Agreed.
And then you have the one thing that really bothered me was learning that Ethan's legs were carved.
Yeah, that's.
And there's no details in it either. You know, there's no details about it either. Was something carved, like a word? You know what I'm saying?
I'm not 100% on that, Cap. I know the way they explained it was that the.
I'm just asking a question. That's all. You know.
Yeah, you're fine. From
the
below the buttocks area down to the Achilles was sliced open on both legs. I don't know if that's how they meant it when they said carved and helped him to bleed out so quick because they hit the main arteries and stuff back there.
Was it disabled to disable him and then take him out?
I think.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I think.
He was the only issue that he was probably a threat to anybody. He's a big dude. Okay, so let's take him out right away. Period.
That is a military thing. That is somebody who knows what they're doing. You take out the legs.
They can't move. They can't run. They can't do anything. Right.
In my opinion, this is pure obviously it's just my speculation, but the big man in the house gets disabled straight away.
Yeah, and that's those things in there that we've
been training.
That's why I referred back to some of the 4chan posts because they're a little too coincidental for me to just ignore at some point now. So that's why we're again too. So yes. Yeah, definitely.
That bothers me, you know, that to find this out 2.5 years later that this poor kid's legs were carved up.
All of this stuff, Cap, to find out 2.5 years later.
It bothers me, you know. It's like how horrible. What a horrendous.
Yeah.
The horrendous, you know, of this attack is horrible. You know,
they went through unimaginable hell that should have never been. There's no need for any of this at all, and it's just that's why I think so many of us are so passionate about this case, because we want a lot of us have children that are these ages, okay, and we want to see some whoever actually did this. We want them to be punished for this because it's so bad.
Yeah.
Because we think of our own children, our own people that we care about that are around these ages, imagining them going through something like that is horrible. So, this deserves truth and justice and absolute. So, just saying.
No, I agree, Dago. And justice is the main thing here. And I don't think the families want the wrong person in prison or death row. Or I think
They shouldn't. That's for sure.
you know what I mean. They want the right people or persons or person that is responsible to serve justice.
Yes. Yep.
And I've always been on the fence with death penalty and stuff like that. But there's some cases that I'm just like, yeah. You got like Bundy and people like that, and Bundy, he could have, but Bundy probably took out a lot more people that they don't even know. There's probably a lot of cold cases with him. If he was alive, they probably would have found out. But it was just,
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that death penalty, but sometimes I do. But it's a fence thing, It's my observation, and I listen to other people's opinions, and I'm open minded to everything, and listen and learn. That's all I could say.
Right.
My problem with the serial killer thing, like Bundy and BK, the other BK, and the Golden State Killer and Ramirez, and all of them were perverts. They were sexual perverts, and they liked to kill. They liked to kill with their bare hands, and it was always strangulation, asphyxiation. I read something where Ramirez did use a knife once, but that's because he had to. They're all sexual perverts, and whoever did this, I don't believe it was sexually. I don't believe the motive.
It didn't seem to have any sexual motivation.
No.
More like a frenzy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
A rage. I feel like
it was a rage killing, in my opinion, and there was so much anger. 54 stab wounds to one person and 40 some to another, and then cutting somebody's legs like that. I mean, this was absolute, in my opinion, pure angst.
So wait. Have we had the amount of stab wounds released? Have we? I've missed that.
Oh, long ways ago. Kaylee was stabbed, they said 54 times. I think they stated that Xana was stabbed in the area 40 sometimes. Yes, absolutely.
No way.
That's one of the reasons, the biggest reason with the timeline, Nelly. Yeah, because it was so much.
Oh my God. How did I miss that?
Right. I don't know. I don't know.
That's in the document then, Dago, is it? That's in a court document.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly which one, but that's how we.
Wow, that does not happen.
No, not unless there's some serious anger involved, right?
Without more than one perpetrator, in my opinion, but
definitely, and not to mention they stated in one of the newer documents that Xana and Ethan were killed at the same time, basically.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
Brian Koberger is definitely not a ninja. First off,
no,
nobody could truly do that. At least
not when you're holding a sheath, Dago.
No, not at all. It's ridiculous. So yes.
Wow, I've got some catching up to do.
Yeah. And any questions you have, I'm more than happy to answer for you. Yes, ma'am. On we go. Yeah, that's another one too, Jesse said. And where'd it go? And wrong one. That's moving a little too quickly. The injuries onto the hands of the perpetrator after all those stab wounds. Well, guess what? Brian had nothing on his hand when he did this, and the other hand's holding a phone. And we saw his hands in the drive through Indiana. They wouldn't have healed that quick, in my opinion.
No.
There was a 4chan post stating that the person that did this, they believe, was wearing electrical gloves, and that the way it was done all in 19 minutes, and that includes the walk to and from. So, those things are interesting. I completely ignored those in the beginning, but to hear it after the fact, knowing what we know now, makes all that stuff really interesting again. So here again is why we're going back to these interviews to see what comes out here that may relate to what we know right now. So just saying. On we go.
Angela says, are there any rumors that Bethany and
Yeah.
BK possibly had a fling?
Bethany. Oh, I have not heard that. No.
Okay.
Not Bethany and BK.
That was the
Bethany
first time I
and
heard
another
that, too.
person, but not Brian, not Koberger, no. But I believe,
Absolutely.
I thought Bethany maybe had dated Hunter Johnson for a minute.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's what I
Gotcha.
had heard. And that could just
Absolutely.
be something that I just picked up on the side, you know? But
Right.
that's what I'd heard.
Absolutely. Okay. There was another one up here I wanted. Oh, here's a good. This is another one. A lot of people have asked this question. The Snooper, welcome, first of all. And again, why would anyone leave two witnesses, in your opinion?
Well,
and you can answer that at your discretion as to how much of it you can talk about. Okay.
I think at this point, I feel a little bit more inclined to answer this question, which I really probably wouldn't have a few months ago. But I feel like law enforcement and authorities, I'm concerned that they're going to end it here with Koberger, and then it's not going to go any further because they're involved. Because they knew it was, because Dylan, I believe that they're involved.
That's about as blatant as you can get.
Yep.
Absolutely. I
And
appreciate that.
You know, now Kim was calling that out in May of 23, folks. So there's that. Just saying, because she does make multiple other statements that relate to that once we get to those. So remember that.
That.
And that's the only thing anybody can come up with. That's the only thing, you know,
right.
That right. And I think it's interesting that Kaylee lived in that house because she was an AFI, and she dropped, and then, which is an odd thing to do, and I'm wondering why, but I don't know that we'll ever get that information. Maybe she just outgrew them, or I know by the end of it, my daughter was kind of like aged out. You kind of age out. And I know that Xana had dropped Pi Phi, is my understanding. But basically it was a Pi Phi house. And for Pi Phi and an AFI to live in the same live out is just weird. And that's a conversation I had with the kids. I'm like, there's a Pi Phi and AFI living together. Isn't that weird? And they're like, that's not true. And I'm like, yeah, I'm telling you. It's true. This is what's going, and they're like, no way, because it's just not done.
It's just not done, right? And there's a lot of control in fraternities and sororities, folks. And so, you know, some of these kids can take that control for so long, and then sometimes I've talked to a lot of people that have been in frats and sororities that are like, you know, at some point you just can't handle it anymore. You got to get out and do your own thing and be your own person, and that, you know, that could fall into this as well. So I get that.
And it works really well for the younger class, younger students, because there's a place to fall, and there's this brotherhood or sisterhood, and it's a place for them all to be and to acclimate to being away from their family without being with family. So, but yeah, they grow out of it a bit, right?
They grow, right?
They grow, right? You hope they grow.
You hope so, yeah, right.
Yeah, fraternities are a little tougher. Fraternities is more of a structured order than sororities, but girls are going to kind of go. Girls, I feel like, grow faster. They grow up faster. The boys stay probably more enmeshed in it longer, I think.
Absolutely.
So I think that, and maybe Kaylee wanted to live with Maddie for one last time before she left for school, or she knew something was happening, or I don't know. But I do know, I do not believe with anything in my being that the girls were doing anything nefarious. I believe they were trying to stop something nefarious. They had too much information. And Dylan was a sorority sister, an AFI. I think she's an AFI. No, she's a Pi Cap. And Bethany's a Pi Cap. And I think that they moved in naturally because the younger classmen will come in and then they'll take over the house. It'll stay Pi Phi. It'll roll. They roll over, right? Damage spots and everything. It's actually a terrible idea, pyramid thing. But they just roll it into each other, and as you get older. But I think that they delivered the element to the house, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And Dave,
but I believe it came from Hunter Johnson's girlfriend.
Right. And just to reiterate that Dave, the other gentleman that has come out to speak, has mentioned about the mixed house as well. So that's something that is re-verified there in that sense. So yeah.
That it's weird. It's just a weird thing.
Very much so. Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
Devil Doll says, who I'm not sure how this is supposed to be read, but who maybe called 911 at 3:01 a.m.?
So at 3:01 a.m. That's so. Where did she find that? How does she
I
know
don't
that?
know. She's pretty good at digging. So,
well, good for her, because that needs to be brought to everybody's attention. Again, I don't know. I actually don't know who made that phone call.
Well,
but I do know about that phone call.
Yep. And there's something that we need to look into a little deeper, obviously, because obviously that's something that does get brought out.
I think the 911 calls there's something that is, for whatever reason, the prosecution doesn't want us to know. And I don't know if, my hope is, because I really want to believe law enforcement is good and they're doing the right thing here. My hope is that they are not leaking so much because they want stuff to be pulled out. But if that's the case, they needed to be more transparent up in the beginning with all of us, right?
Right.
Somehow,
right.
without. But I do hope that, how did she get that? How does she have that information?
I think Lana from Truth and Transparency has that. Yes.
Did Lana get that?
I believe so. Yeah.
Good for her.
Yep.
Good.
Absolutely. And that, like I said, that's what this is about, guys. That's what this is about, is getting the truth out there. So yeah.
Right.
That's awesome.
So I can say that I know about that, but I don't know who made the call.
I gotcha. And I respect that. And I thank you for that question, Devil. That's awesome. I appreciate that so very much.
Right.
Jules is asking.
Thank you for working hard.
100%. Yeah. Jules of all trades, true crime. You've talked to her before. Is asking. She has that. Yes.
It's all longer, I think.
Absolutely.
So I think.
So here's I don't know if anybody caught this. Devil Doll had asked at that point in time who called 911 at 3:01 a.m. Kim said she knew about that, and she was very perplexed as to how Devil Doll knew about that. Where'd she get that information? Now, that hasn't been talked about. I don't know, Nellie, if you've heard it, anybody else in here about a 3:01. I remember there being issues with that, but a 3:01 a.m. phone call to 911 that never went any further than that. Well, there's many people here that have stated that they think police may have been there once before the noon call that went out. So were police there at 3 a.m. for any reason? 3:01 a.m. we know that they were at the band field, but was there something else that went down at some point that somebody called?
Maybe
hasn't been put out. I mean, interesting. Very interesting.
I do believe I've played with it over the God, I can't believe we're saying over the years, but I've played with it over the years.
Right.
And it makes sense to me that cops were called earlier.
Sure.
I don't know. I think this, I'm going to help you. It's only since actually the last information has come out. I think Dylan and Bethany either ran out of the house or they were moved out of the house earlier on, just because of texts and things. That's just my own theory. But I never heard of the 3:01 phone call. But what I'm very interested in is why initially law enforcement believed the crimes took place between 3 and 4. And I want to know what made them think that.
Agreed. And Steve even made a statement about there being a call at some point in time earlier. And that's what you just said, Nellie. Think about that for a minute, everybody. I'm here to help you. Was there somebody there at some point?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. That'd be wild. That would definitely blow the tops off our heads. But that would be, wow. It's a wild moment. And you heard Kim's reaction to her asking that question. There were things that were talked about that Kim wouldn't talk about because of other things she was told at that time. And I respected that, never pushed anything. Okay. And nobody else did. But there were some things that were put out there that people were finding out that they shouldn't have, which was
you think about just the facts we know.
Yep.
Law enforcement get there. I've seen two things. One was 11:56 for the call.
Yeah.
And what was the call? 11:56 or 11:58? Cops are there. by midday, and they're all pronounced dead by 12:02. And we hear cop radio on the 911 call. Yeah. It doesn't work like that in real life, in my opinion. But
no, it makes you question things too, Nellie. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
Which we've been doing the whole time. And so that's another big question there at the 301 situation. Was there something going on that has not been recorded, that has not been documented, that has not been talked about for reasons? I don't know. But I forgot about that 301 thing.
Well, I hope Dago. I do have faith in the defense.
Yes.
But I hope they ask the questions we've got. And one of my big questions is, what made cops initially believe the murders happened between 3 and 4? You know, there had to have been something that made them believe that was the timeline. And then they changed it.
Why did they change it? Right. Thank you.
Exactly.
Very good
So
point.
I want to know what it was, because they've probably binned it, in my opinion.
Sure. It could be. It could be something that has never been brought out, talked about for whatever reason, whether it's because law enforcement made some mistakes and they're trying to keep things on the DL or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Yeah. I just want to clarify as well, as far as we know, in documentation, nobody ever said, "I'm here to help." They said, "I am going to help you."
Yes.
There is quite a difference. I think there's a difference.
Oh,
I'm here to help versus I'm going to help. I don't know. It's okay. I'm going to help you.
There are two different statements. One of them says that somebody is new there in the situation to help, and the other one could be somebody that's already been there saying they're going to help you. So
yeah, I think there's a difference, and I think it's often misquoted. It is, "I'm going to help you."
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Snooper, for that statement. Did anyone happen to see on the other side of the HVAC truck under the name of the company, it says, "We are here to help you"? If I remember correctly. I do think you're right. Yeah.
Wow.
And Snooper was the one that brought up one of the questions in this 2.5 years ago. So you've been around that long, Snooper, and we appreciate you very much.
Wow, that's interesting. That is very interesting.
It is. Good question, too. Great questions, guys. That's what I love about this. Very much so.
I got to go see my brother for a second. I will be back.
Okay, I'll be here for a little bit longer for sure. Like I said, this may take a couple days to go through all these interviews with her, but that's fine. I have the time if you have the time, guys. So let's keep on going.
Think that, and maybe Kaylee wanted to live with Maddie for one last time before she left for school, or she knew something was happening, or I don't know. But I do know, I do not believe with anything in my being that the girls were doing anything nefarious. I believe they were trying to stop something nefarious. They had too much information. And Dylan was a sorority sister, an AP. I think she's an AP. No.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Unc. And that was part of the 4chan stuff. And now we're full circle coming back around. And a lot of us blew that off as just rumor and hearsay and a bunch of people making up shit. But was it really? This is where we're going to find out at some point, I think. And that's quite interesting. And good point there, Unc. Appreciate you being here, by the way. Again, thank you for joining us. And good troubles in the house. Good to see you today. Thank you so much for joining us.
She's a high cap, and Becky's a high cap, and I think that
Take care.
they moved in naturally because the younger classmen will come in and then they'll take over the house. It'll stay Pi-Fi. It'll roll. They roll over, right? Damage deposit.
She has that. Yes.
Did Lana get that?
I believe so.
21. She had been drinking. Probably considered wasted. I'm sure my daughter was, and all of her friends were. Nobody got in trouble. So in Washington State, I know for certain, since the death of Sam Martinez, who was in Peyton's PC class, which is the primary recruitment class of 2019, they passed legislation where you call. Nobody's in trouble. Call. Yep. Don't just put them there. Err on the side of caution. Yes, you might get in trouble from your house, but not the students who were present, but the kid who did it. But they're still alive. And they can do a little time and whatever they have to do in order to get back in good standings with the fraternity. If they're going to die, call. If somebody's in peril, call. Call. The problem is the kids don't trust the police. And why would they?
Okay.
Honestly.
Gotcha.
Why would you trust them? I don't trust them.
No, it makes sense. I understand. Absolutely.
So I don't know if Dave's belief. I think his belief is it's only the one person, but
Right.
and I'm not sure if he's an error in Idaho, but in Pullman in Washington State it's different. It's everybody present. So
Okay.
I don't know, but at least he knows enough to block somebody.
Yeah. Okay. Right. And that's what I think Jules is asking. The second part of that is so WSU covers everyone helping. U of I only covers one person. Okay. She said that's interesting, right?
Yes.
It is actually.
Right. And can I just say as an aside, and what I hope my children take with this is, I don't care if you get an MIP. I don't care if you get an MIP. I don't care if you're in trouble because you were there and you were a part of it. You call and save a life. We'll deal with the rest later.
Gotcha.
You save the person's life. The primary concern is the life of the human being on the ground that you can't awake or who is in peril. The rest of it's a life lesson. And God, you don't want a death to be a life lesson.
Gotcha.
It's not worth it.
And just to follow up with that other question that Double Doll had put up there that said some people were asking some things in chat and said yes, that someone made a 911 call while the police were on the band field with those other 3 guys. And that is something that we were looking at the other day, and that Banfield situation as to how it could have affected that house at that point. So we're going to talk about that some more down the road here, folks.
So I'll tell you, those phone calls. So not Moscow shares a 911 center with Pullman.
Sure.
Washington. It's so if nobody could respond to, if all officers were out, if you listen to the scanner, Moscow will respond, or vice versa. They'll respond to each other's districts. They work collectively a lot. You know, they hand over people at the border.
I'm glad you said that, because there's a lot of questions, and this is a little side subject, but there's a lot of questions, and this might answer a lot of your guys' questions real quick here too. About when Brent Kopacka's situation happened with the swatting, so on and so forth, the reason why Chief Fry and Payne and I think a couple other officers were at that situation, there's an answer right there, folks, because if they're running off the same 911 situation, they're probably responding as mutual aid for both departments. So I get that. They're both college,
right?
You know, not to say
and that's what my first that's the same. That is my first thought. That was my first thought, is that, well, yeah, they came because everybody comes from all areas. I mean, they said SWAT came from Spokane, which is 45 minutes away. I don't know why they wouldn't have flown in, and it wound up being a Pullman police officer, Officer Boyd, I think, who was the one who ultimately shot him. Not even SWAT. That's supposedly what occurred. But I don't know why. Well, and Kopacka was a protected person, which why did those
I already
you know,
go ahead.
I don't know if I should say
it. I know what you're going to say.
Do you think do you think I should say it though?
I mean, at this point, you know, why not? Because I feel the same way. And I think most people in here that have questions about the Kopacka, there was going to be questions about Kopacka anyway, hon. So, I mean, it's up to what you're comfortable with. I don't want you to make yourself.
Yeah, I'll share what I know. So Kopacka, it was just the night thank God my kids had come home. My daughter wanted to stay and ride home with a friend the following day. And I'm like, no, your father's there. Roads are terrible. There's a murderer on the loose. Get home right now. That was my conversation with her. So they both came home, but my son lived on that side of campus. So they were both home by that evening. So it started around 8 o'clock. We got the phone call like at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, the alert, and of a protected person, and that there was a SWAT, and he held up. None of it makes sense. The roommates of a 38-year-old living with 2 20-year-olds doesn't make. That was Coug housing. That means that was university housing. Cougs were in charge of it.
Student housing, correct?
Student housing.
Yes.
Well, it's a mixed bag. It's students and maybe some married students, maybe some students with kids, but primarily students. They didn't evacuate the entire building.
Not faculty though, correct?
Correct. Not faculty. No, it's not faculty housing. Faculty housing is on the south side of campus, but not there.
Right.
So, so then the 3 of them are there, and and he was yelling out the window, and people go back and forth on it. I know who killed them, or I killed them, or something. There was like something, he was screaming and he was throwing things out of the window, but the perimeters were never blocked off. There was never any, nobody was rushing in. They said he lit a fire, but kids were still in the building. They didn't evacuate entirely. In fact, 911 was on the phone with one of the girls who was still in the building as the shooting was going on.
Right.
Right. And nobody knows who the two roommates are. And the kids have asked, and they've asked, and they've asked, and they call BS on it.
And you
I do
cannot
too.
FOIA that information. I have looked into it, and multiple people on my team have looked into it. You cannot FOIA that information. Here's my thing.
Right.
I looked into SOP, standard operating procedure for SWAT services, SWAT issues, so on and so forth. When they brought the roommates out of the apartment, the situation is stabilized, secure, and done. There was no reason that he had to be shot. That's questionable to me.
Which my hope against all hopes is that he's not, that he's an informant, he's alive, and he's somewhere in hiding because he was an informant, and that's why, or he was an informant, and the three, Payne and Fry and the other one, were there because he was their informant, right? Or Quad 4's informant, and that's why they were there, or they were there to make sure he was shut up. I don't know. I don't trust law enforcement enough to trust anything they're saying, but his home address, Kopaka's home address, he has two, one in Spokane and a home he owns in Chicago somewhere.
Yeah.
And in his if you go to his background, it says he is military and government contractor. Those were what was on, and the school can't tell me at what. So either he worked in IT at Wazoo, and at first they had given a whole different profile, and then they took that down. So nothing adds up. And all I hear a police officer ask for, in fact, I believe, I could be wrong, it's the same one who pulled over Kohlberger for the intersection thing, and is asking for her coffee 3 times.
Yeah.
Somebody get the girl her coffee so we can get on with it, right?
Yeah.
And then they're saying there's bullets in the dorms. There weren't. No, but not everybody was evacuated. The kids are like, what is going on?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. So,
she's right about all of that, which was crazy at that time. But yeah, she's very much right about that.
Oh, I don't know what that is. I just hope he's still alive and he was an informant. And that's why those three from Moscow were there.
That's absolute proof too, or true too, Katie. Very strange situation that whole thing was, guys. It really, really was.
I would find it very hard that any law enforcement agency, regardless of the situation, unless it was actually a terrorist situation or a very, very, very seriously dangerous hostage situation, they're not going to shoot a Purple Heart recipient, folks. That's my opinion on that. He's a Purple Heart recipient, guys. Okay, he
would have been an employee. They knew who he was.
Yes. Yeah.
They said that. He's a protected individual. What does that mean? What is that verbiage? And when I called the school, they couldn't tell me or wouldn't tell me.
Right. Exactly. Now, Jules, within that sentence that we had there, that conversation, she said screaming that he killed them. Who said that they heard that, or that whatever it was that you said?
I have no idea.
Okay, you just heard
one of the students said that, right? I have no idea, but everything becomes telephone, right? Or it's put out there, and I think things are purposely put out or leaked out because they want us to create the telephone game on it, right? They want to put a narrative out there. So if they say that we hear him screaming that, and they tell one student, well, before you know it, 2 campuses are going to believe he was screaming that. But why would he do that? Right. Why would he let the roommates leave? And where are the roommates?
Very right. And
no
who are
kid,
they?
no 20-year-old.
Why does nobody know who they are? Everything I've ever seen about a situation like. Go ahead.
No, I would never let my kid live with a 38-year-old. I'm sorry. I don't care who he is. It's weird.
Not as a parent.
Why does he want to live with 20-year-olds? It's weird.
Very
it's
much
unacceptable.
So. I do agree.
I mean, it's great. So nothing makes sense. It's like Disneyland over there. I don't understand.
And as Joel said, there was also no reports of anyone hearing gunshots prior to the shots that took him out. The whole thing makes zero sense. She's correct. And that's something we've talked about before. So yeah.
And
I do.
Why weren't we alerted until 3 in the morning? Why at 3 in the morning did we finally find something out?
Again, another great question you're asking yourself. You know what I mean? We all want to know that.
I actually immediately called Audrey Conklin. I don't remember what news network she works for, and said, I don't know what's going on over there, but could you go over and check? Because I'm 6 hours away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But although my kids were home, so it was less of a fear, but it was still a fear because there's a lot of kids over there. My kids have friends. Like, there's a lot of, I don't want anybody's kid hurt. This is crazy. It's crazy.
It is beyond crazy. This is Lifetime movie crazy, guys. I'm telling you. Like,
that's
these are things. I've
been
saying it. Like, these are things that we don't on a daily basis think that are going to happen until you watch a movie about it. You're like, wow, that's crazy if that would ever happen. And here we sit as it's happening.
Here we sit right in here. Yeah. And it's snowballing. Somebody said today, and I was listening to one of them, Jennifer Kuffendorfer or something, and she's saying about she's just following this whole the whole narrative, everything that's told to her. And I get FBI doesn't. So what I did learn today, though, is the FBI isn't listening to us. They don't watch the news, which I didn't know that before today. They don't watch the news. They don't look at YouTube. They don't look at anything but the information brought to them that they've discovered or by law enforcement or by phone calls. I didn't know that. And they've called me back. So I do know they've heard and they've validated that it's there, obviously. But so they're not hearing actually what's going on. They're hearing what they're being told.
What they're being told, right? But they don't have time to watch this stuff, guys. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody that would.
But they should have somebody on it.
I agree. I can agree with that. I mean, not just somebody. They need a team on this scenario because this whole thing is just, it's insane. So yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Keep up with the times. Social media is a thing.
Yeah,
it matters. It's a valuable tool.
I want to add this to the screen real quick for you guys to check this out real fast here and stop the questions for 1 second. Just because of what we're talking about, guys. Okay, a protected this is a legal definition based on law enforcement terminology. Okay, a protected person in law enforcement terminology, or definition, I should say, is a minor or incapacitated person for whom a court has appointed a conservator. It can also be any person for whom a protective order has been made. In international law, a protected person is one who is in the hands of an occupying force during a conflict. Protected persons are entitled to a standard of treatment by the Geneva Convention relative to protection of civilian persons in time of war from 1949. In English law, protected person is someone who is an inhabitant of a protectorate of the United Kingdom, which just doesn't pertain to us. But even though the person is not a British subject, such a person is given diplomatic protection by the Crown. Okay. Now, you can take this however you want to take it. This could also be a personal term for specific, like specific law enforcement agencies or specific variations of situations per se that somebody has personally given something. Okay, but that's the legal definition of that. So you can take it how you may, or you know, for those of you that were curious about what that meant in this sense. Now I'm going to look it up in other variations and find if I can find different answers to that question as well. I just wanted to.
But I think the one for the Crown, it fits perfectly. Honestly, if you think about it, that's perfectly true. If he if he's an informant, he's working for the state. He's working for the country, the good betterment of the country, and that makes him protected.
In a sense, yes.
Right?
I absolutely can agree on that variation of it. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. So I just wanted to give you guys that as a little piece of info to throw in there with that, based on what we're talking about. And it was spoken that, you know, talked about. Now I'm not saying this is fact, guys, but you know that he had some issues, PTSD, so on and so forth. So there's that. Again, he's a Purple Heart recipient. There's that. let's think about all these things and keep these in the back of our mind when we think about this situation, okay?
Just thought it was the same time but different, but like 5 minutes apart from each other. But they weren't side by side fighting.
Gotcha.
Does
there
that
we
make
go.
sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It absolutely does. No
But I could be
worries.
Guys, for those of you that not getting certain comments that aren't being put in there, we're not removing anything in here. YouTube automatically removes certain things that they don't like. I don't agree with it by any means, but I have zero control over it. I wish I could. Freedom of speech, it's a real thing, and they don't seem to abide by it in here because their terms of service don't allow for certain things to be stated. So, Jacob, whatever you've been putting in there, we don't see it. They take it before we can even see it. So, and Unc says that it happens to him a lot too. It's happened to me before too. We have nothing to do with that stuff though. It says that he has 0 removed comments on his channel activity. So I don't know what's going on, Jacob, what's happening, but nobody's removing anything, bud. We're not doing it, and she's saying that it's not showing that anything was removed in the background either via YouTube. That's what she checks that stuff all the time. Alicia's great at that. So I don't know what's going on, bud. Excuse me. At all. But it's happened to me via YouTube. Just something stupid that goes against their terms of service. They won't even let it show up in the chat. I don't know if it's happening or if it's not happening. I'm sorry if it is, but again, we're not controlling that. So I promise you that's nothing to do with us.
Let me see here. I'm digging, guys. Hold on. I'm trying to catch up with everybody's questions. Okay. That's a very, very good.
That's very true. I remember when that went down, Sweet and Salty's right. 2 years ago, you couldn't type that word. They wouldn't even show up. So it's crazy. Yvonne said she's had it happen another 2 videos. Yeah, me too. Me too. They censor a lot more than we thought they did, actually, to be honest with you. Stupid things that make no sense. Yeah, that's probably the issue. Something you're saying is not acceptable to YouTube, not to us, because we don't care. I want people to be able to express themselves in here in any way they can. Yeah, maybe try to reword what you're saying and change the words around, because I've had to do that. It happens in my own chat. I've even had them remove when I say see y'all later or see y'all very soon, they don't let it go through. I don't know what the hell that's for, why, or whatever, but it is what it is. There's Heather. People is looking for you. Miss Lucy, hello. Good to see you. Yeah, refresh the page and try to reword it, and it should be able to go through, bud. I'm sorry that's happening to you.
I did. Piece of wow, Lanny. Okay. So Lanny says, I definitely, and this isn't really a question, Kim. It's just something that you could put your opinion on. Lanny says, I definitely 100% think that there's something weird about the 911 call, and I've even wondered if it was the killer that made the call because law enforcement is and has acted so strange about it. Wow.
Yeah. So, I want to believe that Bethany made the call.
Okay.
If I'm going to be really honest with you, I want to believe it was Bethany, and she was stopped by somebody from completing it.
So that's an interesting scenario, guys. They're saying that it's believed that Bethany may have made the 301 call and somebody stopped that call. Wouldn't that be an interesting turn of events, you guys? And it's a completely different scenario than anything that's been talked about in here at any point in time. So what if that did happen and somebody shut that down?
She made the one we've heard.
Yeah, maybe she made the one beforehand too.
Yeah.
A 301 call. Maybe she was trying to do it at 3 o'clock in the morning and somebody shut it down. If that's the case, why and who and wow. Okay. If that really happened.
But you know what, Dago, I think I try and always put myself in different people's shoes. And if you were law enforcement and the university, and say you got a call that there were 4 homicide victims in a student house, and the horror of it hits you, that there's reason for a cover-up straight away in a panic, like, Jesus, what the hell? How the hell are we going to deal with this? wouldn't you, in that situation where a town doesn't get to deal with this stuff at all, shut everything down to buy time?
Sure, that makes perfect sense.
You know, to assess the situation. So maybe they just shut everything down and was like, whoa, hang on now, we've got to sort out what the hell is going on here before anything comes out to the public.
That is that's quite sensible and actually kind of interesting, Nelly. That could explain a whole bunch of different things that went on that you're still questioning right now. A very interesting theory. Very interesting.
I just think, but because you think about when the first presser, what was it, 3 or 4 days after the events, and Fry said something like, "Wouldn't we have liked to have been standing here, or we should have been standing here 2 or 3 days ago, but we're here now, and that's what matters." Because it is emergency crisis management, and how are they going to save their town?
Yes. Very good point. Very good point. Stop, you're calling me. Wait a minute. Thank you, Stupor. I'm looking here. What do we got here? What am I looking at here, Snooper? Hold on. Hold on a minute here. You can keep talking, Nelly. If I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just trying to.
No. I just said that, I try and think of all scenarios, and I just think, well, if the girls called earlier, I just think it's really odd that their phone calls stop at 4:30 something. Sorry, I can't remember. And then they don't start again till 7:30 in the morning. I do not believe they suddenly fell asleep. I don't believe that at all.
Right.
I do wonder if cops came, because the other thing, and I've seen lots of people dispute what I have to say, but we never saw bodies being removed.
No, somebody just sent me something in here that says, "Hey, Dago, have you noticed the date of death for Kaylee Gonsalves as 12/10 of 22? Also, Christy, in one of the first interviews, states Kaylee just wasn't able to recover," which is very true. She did say that, and we all questioned that. That's what made me think she may have survived and eventually passed. It's just interesting. It's beyond interesting. I never saw the time or the date of death. That's crazy. And if that were the case, wow is all I can say. Wow. That makes it even harder. Okay, you taking off, Alicia? Thank you for joining us. And I will talk to you soon. Yeah, we're gonna shut this down here soon, folks. Too, guys. We've been here 4.5, almost 4 hours.
Wow.
And we'll pick it up again, of course, until we're done with these interviews. But we started off with some other stuff first. That's why we were running late today. So it's no big deal. Moto Man, what's happening, bro? But yeah, that's quite interesting. That email, I never knew that. I'm gonna have to look into the date of death that's been put down, because that's crazy.
Katie, what date of death was it, Dago?
December 10th of 22.
December 10th
was what she said. So that would
wow.
Yeah, I don't know if the death certificates are public either, Devil Woman. I'd have to find out a way to figure that out. I'm gonna definitely be looking into it now, though. Katie Batts says Lana showed that pre-gag order that Bethany was the only one that was listed as a witness. Nothing about Dylan, and that's very true. I remember when that was out in the beginning, and I was completely thrown off by that. Yeah, they threw me in the garbage. But yeah, I remember Katie. That was crazy, and yeah, it is confusing, very confusing. If we can find a document that shows a date of death, I'd be surprised. But I'm gonna look. I didn't know there was showing their date of death.
Considering she had allegedly the worst injuries,
the obituaries, they stated, if anybody can find Kaylee Gonsalves' obituary, throw it in for me to check out. I want to see what it shows. I'm just curious. Thank you, Snooper.
Okay, I'm going to step down. Thank you so much for having me. It's been so lovely. And I'll see you guys later.
Yes, feel free to, if we stop by tomorrow when we finish going through this, Nelly, I will be
I
here.
will. Do you know what sort of time? Do you know what sort of time you'll be?
I'm gonna try to do it around the same period of time.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, great.
That way the UK people will be comfortable with it too.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
We got much better to go. Much better interviews to go through besides this one. So
yeah,
sounds great. Thank you, Nelly, so much.
Brilliant.
God bless.
Thanks for having me. Thanks, guys.
And one more thing, congratulations once again. I'm super, super excited for you, and I'm grateful that you get a chance to celebrate that. God bless. All right, guys. Move that there. Oh, thank you so much, Nelly. God bless. I always love having Nelly. She's so sweet. And so smart too. Yeah, I think that's going to do it, guys. I don't want to drag you guys forever in this. It is Friday. People may have some stuff to do, but we're coming back tomorrow for it. Probably at the same time, just till we get this through this. It may take a couple days, like I said, because there's like 3 or 4 interviews actually, but some of them are a little bit more important than others. But there's some things that we pulled out of this today that were interesting that I hadn't heard. Things that were reminded me of the 3 a.m. supposed 911 call. I'm curious. Now we're hearing that thing about Kaylee. I don't know if that's true or not. I want to go through I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying I had never heard it before. I want to look at the obituary. If that's in there, then I'm going to have a big question. Why is that the date of death? That's crazy to me. Unless it was just a misprint, but who knows? We'll see. So thank you guys all for joining us for this today. I want to thank my Blue Crew, as always, for being here because they're amazing, and I couldn't do this without them. I definitely should not do it. Thank you to everybody else that showed up. Jesse, thank you for joining us on panel. Nelly, Captain Jenks, as always, you're much appreciated as well. Michael 007, it was wonderful to have you back on panel today, my friend. We've missed you. It's wonderful to see everybody here today, guys. Anybody that has donated to the channel, whether it be through the PayPal, the Cash App, the Venmo, super sticker, super chat, anything that you guys did today, you guys did great. Jeff, thank you for joining as well. I hope they weren't too hard on you. And everybody in chat, I hope Jeff wasn't too hard on you. I'm just saying. But all you guys are amazing as always. I appreciate you so very much. Don't forget to love yourselves, guys, and love each other. And please don't change a thing. You guys are absolutely amazing. Outcast, thank you, brother, for jumping in and dropping that super sticker as well. And guys, thank you so much just for supporting the channel, just from being here. That means everything in the world to us. You guys have an amazing evening. And mods, I'll jump in there with you guys here in a minute for just a few seconds, if you don't mind. Have a great one, folks. I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye, everybody. Thanks.
Black like the sins in my mind.
Life's a journey.
Sitting here where the lost souls unwind. Blood stains on the counter never fade. This is where the guilty come to trade. True Crime Cafe, where the secrets spilled. Every cup's a confession, every shot could kill. Underneath the neon lies a dark valley. Dancing with our demons at True Crime Cafe. The barista's got tattoos of broken dreams. Eyes like a crime scene torn at the seams. The jukebox plays a dirge for the damned. In this twilight world where nothing is planned. True Crime Cafe, where the secrets spill. Every cup's a confession and every shot could lover's last fight. The air's electric in the neon light. A place where lies and truth collide. Order a double shot and swallow your pride. Smoke curls up like whispers from the grave. No redemption here, no soul to save. Each table tells a story